Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Planning Applications Committee meeting of the 30th of September 2020. Can I remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded and made available for public listening? I'm happy to improve that members are joining by Teams, and can I ask that everyone present ensures their mobile phones are either switched off or in airplane mode. Tracy, can you take us through sediment and apologies, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We've got 13 members present, 4 joining us in the room in person at English Street, and we've got 9 members on Teams. Not present at the start as Councillor Crothers, Councillor Fairbairn, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Giusti, and Councillor Sloan and Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Tracy. Any declarations of interest, members, either on Teams or members present in the room? Pauline Drysdale, please. Pauline, you're on mute.
Sorry, good morning. Sorry for the delay, I kept clicking it. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. I would like to declare an interest in item number 6, please, which is Knockley Steading. Last September, constituents regarding the development and the potential noise levels and measurement of these at Knockley. My role as a councillor was to inform the council about the works and pass planning onto those raising concerns and chase it up if necessary. At this stage, the council took up the case to determine whether it was an authorised development. I've not had further contact with the constituents, but was made aware by the council and the constituents that retrospective had been submitted. Last week, Mr Birch, the applicant, contacted me, but I explained that I could not discuss the case and that he was fine with that. To this end, I do declare an interest, but will remain in the meeting for the duration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Pauline. Are there any other declarations of interest, either remotely or in the room? If not, we go into agenda item 3, the minutes of the previous meeting of the 26th of August 2020. This is simply for noting, but I'm happy to take any observations that members have. Presuming there are none, Tracy, can you take us through the process for today, please?
Thanks, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, applicants or their agents. In line with the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020, Schedule 6, Part 4, covering the exclusion of the public from meetings of local authorities, representatives were offered the option of joining the meeting remotely to deliver their presentation or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thank you, Tracy. Councillor Martin.
So just on the item 3, like I've just noticed, it's got the meeting on Wednesday, 26th August, 10:30 in the Council Hall. It was actually at Easterbrook Hall.
Thanks, John. I'm sure if it hasn't been amended, we'll take note of that, but thanks very much for that. Okay, members, then we move on to agenda item number 4. Siting of 10 eco-pads, office, shop, toilet, shower block, manager's chalet, installation of waste treatment works and associated works at Woodlands Creek off the A710 Coastal Road, Dalbeattie. The application type is a full application. Application reference number is 19/0286/full. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and Robert Duncan is about to take us through a presentation on this report. Robert, if he's with us, I'd like you to just take us through the presentation you have, please, and then remain online in case members have questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Happy to do that. Just so that all parties are aware, Iona Brooke is on leave today and can't present the presentation, so it's been upwardly delegated to me to do it. So I'll try and get through it as best I can. I have visited this site, so I'm aware of it, which will no doubt help as well. Turning to your report, as per 1.2 within that report, the application site is located on the eastern side of the A710 public road, which connects Dalbeattie to Kirkford and Rockcliffe and eventually Dumfries. You can see the areas of forestry plantation to the north, east and southeast of the application site, and the Seven Stains Dalbeattie trailhead is located just to the north of the application site itself. Next slide. This is a closer view. It shows the actual site plan itself. A single access point is proposed to the A710 public road. You can see that with the arrow there. And the proposal is for the formation of a new holiday accommodation facility, including 6 pods, 4 huts, an office stroke shop, general reception building, welfare facilities, so toilets, showers and such like, an area for tent camping and manager's staff chalet at the rear of the site. Next slide, please.
Point of order, Chair.
Certainly. Who is it?
Andy Ferguson.
Andy, point of order. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, can Robert? Sorry to interrupt your presentation, but can we? All I've got here is a very small box in the corner of Julie Farish's obviously screen. Can we make it so it's the big screen and Robert's the small box, so members online can actually see the slides better? Yeah,
we'll just pause the deliberation until that's accommodated. I'm happy to do that, Andy. Forgive me, we've got full-size screen here, and I just wasn't conscious that folk weren't seeing it in full. Oh, can you just repeat that, please?
Hi, Andy. So I think you have to make that box full screen on your own computer. There should be on your Zoom settings.
I want to see there's a pin thing there that was referred to.
It'll be pinned to screen, I think.
No, because it's not, because it's that's not controllable by me. It's every other presentation, every other committee thing that comes forward has it as the main part. Probably because I would think maybe the person who's doing the presentation is in charge of control of the slides, and I understand why that's difficult. But I just can't see them. I mean, if we can't do it, and I'm not able in a position to do it, I have to say I can't stay in this meeting because I can't see the slides. I see Jane Maitland's coming exactly the same as me, and Henry.
Yeah, obviously everybody's experiencing the same problem that you are, Andy, so that's fine. We've paused it at the moment to see if we can address the issue.
Chair, if it's of assistance, if you go on to Teams, you should have File as a tab, and the presentation is actually uploaded there. So all members will be able to follow on a full screen the presentation.
I'll just get Tracy to repeat what advice David has given, and then hopefully members can do it on their individual devices. So Tracy, if you can type out instructions, please, to what they have to do, hopefully that will help. Councillor Hislop's found a way to do it on his iPad, I note.
Chair, do you mind if I interject? I think I've worked out how to do it. So,
Because I've got Henry McClellan doing the same.
Yeah, so you just click the officer's name, Julie Farish, and click pin, and it comes up as full screen, if that's any help. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline. I've got Henry and then Ian Blake.
Yeah, Chair, I'm fine. I've got it. So I put my hand back down. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Henry. Ian Blake.
Same thing, sorry, I've got it now too.
Brilliant. So thank you very much for your forbearance, members. It's always a challenge in this new world of technology. Thankfully, I'm in the room. Hopefully, everybody now has a screen a size that's suitable for them. And if that's the case, if there are no other challenge, Jim McComb.
Thank you, Chair. Just a wee point of clarity. The title wording at the top of the page refers to 10 ecopods. The wording lower down refers to 6 pods and 4 huts. Could I have clarification, please, which is correct?
Yeah, we'll come to that. We haven't got through the officer's presentation and slides yet, but we'll definitely come to that, Jim, and I'll come back to you. At the moment, Robert's just given us a bit of background information and slides to illustrate what the site and the application situation is, and then we'll come to questions for the case officer, and at that time, I'll bring you in first. Thanks, Jim. Robert, if you can continue, please.
Happy to continue, Chair. The answer is actually just coming up in the presentation, so that was very good timing by Councillor McComb. This is showing the site plan, the proposed site plan. Now, I can only describe this by points of the compass because I haven't got a pointer, so please bear with me. It shows a hardcore car parking area towards the northwest of the site, so next to the proposed entrance would be where that was located. There's proposed to be an entrance barrier to the access from the A710 so that the access is controlled by the operator. You may be able to see a green square in the car parking area that's proposed there, and that represents the proposed shop, office, reception facility. Nearby, there is a green rectangle, we're still in the northwest corner of the site, to the south of the car park, where the welfare facilities would be, the toilets, showers, etc. The 6 pods, the eco pods, are the larger brown rectangles dotted around the northern part of the site amidst woodland and vegetation, and there are 4 smaller brown squares in that plan representing the shepherd's huts. So to answer the question, you're looking at 6 eco pods and what are described as 4 shepherd's huts, 4 huts, which are smaller. So it's 6 pods and 4 huts. The proposed owner's accommodation and the storage that's proposed is towards the southeastern part of the site. So you can see the vegetation cover thinning out. If you go over onto the right-hand side of that slide, you might be able to make out a kind of dark rectangle and then a smaller red rectangle beyond that. So that's that part of it. You may also be able to observe tent icons, kind of fairly triangular icons representing the camping area to the southern part of the site. I think it's quite important in this slide. You can see the A710 on the left-hand side, which is to the west. These are all fairly well set back from the A710. Next slide. This is a view of the elevations proposed for the EcoPod. To give you an idea of the scale, you're looking at these being each 4.28 metres long, 2.49 metres wide and 2.7 metres in height. finished in timber, so it's very similar to kind of the wigwam type facilities you see in campsites in the area at the moment. They're considered to be chattels, fairly temporary movable structures if necessary. Turning to the actual shepherd's huts, the full details of those within the site have not been provided. So you're looking at 6 of these proposed eco-pods and 4 shepherd's huts. Next slide. This is a view of the proposed office, reception, shop facility. It's fairly small in scale, and I'll come back to this at the end of the presentation. It would be finished in larch cladding externally, and it would measure 3.865 metres square by 3.1 metres in height. So it's a fairly small scale structure. Again, as I said, in relation to the layout, it would be located towards the northwest corner of the site within the proposed car parking area. Next slide. This is a proposed welfare facility, so the shower block, the toilets essentially, washing facilities, so on and so forth. Again, it would be clad in larch with a felted roof, sedum finish, concrete block painted base course in common with the proposed shop reception office facility. As you can see, it's a modular type building. It would measure 12.6 metres in length, 3.865 metres in width and 3.1 metres in height. And again, that would be located next to the car parking area. Next slide. Turning to the photographs, I should advise that these were taken in May 2018, which was prior to my involvement in the case. It was one that was inherited very much. The top left picture, though, is a view looking north along the A710. This is from the proposed site entrance, which would be on the right-hand side, and you're looking towards the Seven Staines Trailhead car park and towards Dalbeattie as well. In contrast, the bottom right photograph is the view looking south, so 180 degrees. The proposed site entrance is on the left-hand side. So this is the road towards Dumfries, which also serves Rockcliffe and Kipford. The access, you can just see an access bermouth on the right-hand side and a low wall. That serves Steadstone, which is located on the western side. And the access to Gorsebank campsite is just beyond the left-hand bend you can see in the distance on that road. Next slide. This is a view of the entrance to the public road. Again, these pictures are dating back to May 2018. You can see directly above the rear windscreen of the car, so the tailgate, you might just be able to make out the temporary caravan that's within the site at present, and we'll come back to that. The abandoned vehicles at the site, the 2 there, prevent vehicle access being taken. They essentially block that access. You can see that some hardcore has been put down there. The last time I was out on this site was August last year, August 2019, and it was the same situation then. Next slide. This is a view from within the site. You'll notice this is slightly elevated. It's looking towards the west, towards the entrance, the car parking area, and you can see the boundary with the woodland area to the north on the right-hand side. You'll also notice that the levels rise slightly within the site as you move backwards, so towards the east. The elevation is rising slightly. Next slide. This is a view. It just gives the general kind of characteristics of the site. There's quite a lot of scrub growth within it. You can see that there's bracken which has died back there from the previous winter, gorse, fairly small trees, hawthorns, things like that, some coniferous trees. It's quite hummocky, it's quite undulating. There are rocky kind of knolls within that site as well. So it's quite rough grazing land, if you like. This is a view looking south. The site is located within the Solway Coast Regional Scenic Area, so that's been one of the considerations to try and understand how much impact the proposal would have. Next slide. That's the view. It describes it as current development on the site, but for the avoidance of doubt, that image goes back to May 2018. I understand that when I last visited, it was pretty similar to that, in the sense that the caravans and the shack remained in situ. 1.5 of the report provides the background in that regard, and none of these items has planning permission. So turning to the overall summary of the key points, you can see in the report the consultees have raised no objections, including the Council's Roads Planning Team Leader on road safety grounds, because that's been a concern for many representers. It's noted from Environmental Health that if it was granted planning permission, a caravan site licence would be required. There are a significant number of representations. A summary of the key points has been provided in the report at 3.2. So turning to key issues, as per 4.3 of the report, the concept is to have a largely off-grid facility with structures that would have no substantive degree of fixity to the land. Minimal physical operations would be involved. The tourism accommodation element is therefore considered to be low impact development in terms of LDP2 policies ED2 and ED9 with minimal adverse landscape impact, and it's recognised that the proposal could be reversible. Conditions are recommended in respect of any lighting proposed and also to ensure appropriate finishes and designs. The proposed owner's accommodation is covered by the terms of LDP2 policy H3, housing at the countryside, and the associated LDP2 supplementary guidance. You'll see in the report at 4.12 there's reference to that supplementary guidance which provides 3.3 to 3.6, and this is crucial. For newly established businesses, long-term viability must be demonstrated. If the council is not satisfied in relation to the long-term viability, a temporary permission may be granted for a non-permanent form of housing in the interim period. A business plan has been submitted in November 2019, but we haven't been able to get that vetted, unfortunately. But it does project a financially viable business for the first 5 years of the project. There's still uncertainty there, and looking at the range of considerations at 4.13 in the report, the reasons set out at 4.14 as well, it's considered appropriate to grant a temporary planning permission in this case for a period of 5 years, subject to the 15 conditions listed in the report. And I'm happy to answer any questions arising at this point, Chair.
Thank you very much, Robert. Evan, come to Jim McComb first. Has your question been answered satisfactorily, or do you want to come back?
Chair, I've had a satisfactory answer to that question. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jim. Any other members do have questions for the case officer at this stage? It appears not. Oh, Jane Maitland, sorry. Councillor Maitland?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to ask the officer about the chalet type accommodation for the manager owner. It's not entirely clear to me what is proposed.
Robert, if you can help Councillor Maitland with that, please.
Yes, Chair. If Councillor Maitland looks at the report, it's a good point. If you look at 1.5 of the report, it does mention, sorry, I'm at the wrong part. I think it's what. It's at 1.4 where it does say that full details of the Shepherd's Huts and managers' accommodation have not been provided at this juncture. So that's a correct observation. You're looking at a chalet type structure. We don't have details of that at this point in time, so there is a condition recommended to cover that.
Thank you, Robert. Jane, we'll come back to you when we're determining this to make sure you don't have any particular issues with the proposal in relation to the chalet, and I'll remember to come back to you. Are there any other questions for the case officer? If not, for the agenda item 4, we have one speaker joining us via Teams, and then Tracy, our governance officer, read out 7 statements from objectors. Each one will be limited to 3 minutes. So do we have Kirsten Aram with us on Teams at this moment, please?
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed, Kirsten. Thank you for joining us. Can I just remind you, and I understand it's challenging, especially when you're not here in person, but can I remind you that your presentation will be limited to 3 minutes. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to bring your presentation to a conclusion, and if you've been kind enough to remain online in case members have questions for you at the end of your presentation, we're very grateful. So whenever you're ready, just start, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my views on the Woodlands Creek development. As you're aware, there are 22 other objectors to this, along with myself. My short presentation will allow me to cover a handful of areas of my concerns. The first is the local economy. The council states that one of their key priorities is to support our small and medium-sized businesses. I fail to see how allowing the opening of an almost exact replica of the existing business next door at Gorse Bank can do that. In addition, a further priority is to develop a diverse economy, and there is nothing diverse in these proposals. I also feel that the planners must already have some doubts about the long-term viability of this proposal, as they are suggesting a temporary period of 5 years before it's reassessed as part of a further application. Second point is on Local Development Plan 2. When looking at policy OP1, development considerations, it states development proposals should be compatible with the character and amenity of the area and should not conflict with nearby land uses. Well, I think this proposal does just that. It then goes on to state the following issues which may result from the development will be a material consideration in the assessment of proposals: noise and vibration. Can the proposed development guarantee that it will not impede on the quiet noise levels I currently enjoy from my home? Will someone be on site 24/7 to manage customer noise levels? Furthermore, policy ED2, business development and diversification in the rural area, states that there is a preference that developments will be generally within or adjacent to existing settlements. Sites out with settlements may be acceptable where they offer opportunities to diversify an existing business or are related to a site-specific resource or opportunity. I really don't see how the proposed development meets any of these criteria at all. Policy NE2, regional scenic areas, states development within or which affects regional scenic areas may be supported where the council is satisfied that the factors taken into account in designating the area would not significantly be adversely affected or there is a specific need for the development at that location. Again, I don't feel this development meets these needs. I stated in my original objection that a substantial part of the hub of this development will be very visible from the road. And as already mentioned, I don't feel there is a specific need for this development on that location, merely 500 metres from an existing established almost identical business at Gorse Bank. Finally, for
you have 30 seconds to go, Kirsten.
Thank you. I know that Dumfries and Galloway aim to be an inclusive council and want to ensure that their local people and communities are at the heart of their decision making. I ask the committee to do just that and to please take into account my views and those of the other 22 objectors when making a decision on this proposed development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Thank you very much for being so considerate and limiting your time to 3 minutes. Do any members have any questions for the first objector? Doesn't appear so. So, Kirsten, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you. We now have 7 objector statements which members cannot question, obviously. So I'll ask Tracy, just in her own time, to read each one of them to you, tell you who the objector is, and restrict herself to 3 minutes in each of the presentations. And whenever you're ready, Tracy, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. The first one is from Objector Paul Aram. I urge the Planning Committee to consider how the points raised below make the proposed application inappropriate. The proposed application looks to create a development no more than 500 metres from another almost identical operation at Gorse Bank. A local business, like many others in the region, working tirelessly to maintain local employment and its future during the uncertain and evolving COVID situation. For some reason, the supporting business case for the application neither refers to the very close proximity of this existing business, nor uses it for any comparison. Nothing about the Woodlands Creek development is sustainable based on its proposed location. Should it be allowed to proceed, it would likely diminish an existing business by splitting demand. You simply then have 2 underperforming operations right next to each other, unable to invest, develop employment opportunities or provide excellent guest experiences. I note that the planning officer themselves must have reservations given their recommendation to make a planning approval for a time limited 5 years to prove concept. Dumfries and Galloway is a truly wonderful region with stunning scenery and amazing settings. I would question whether the proposed location is appropriate for a holiday accommodation. Should we really attract people to the region and have them stay next to a busy A road on a piece of scrubland with pylons crossing the middle of the site? The provided business case and financial analysis to support the application is not thorough or realistic. For example, we cannot hire a toilet shower unit to cater for all these people for £235 a month. At the level of wages stated, an employee being on site to handle customer queries or handle site issues would be paid significantly below the national living wage. There is no costing for a fresh water connection to be made or the annual metered water costs. Are guests required to drink rainwater? The application proposes that it will create an environmentally sustainable carbon positive place, but very little of the eco off-grid credentials have been defined. The plans refer to rainwater capture, battery storage and a possible wind turbine, none of which are detailed in the site layout plans. What happens there if there is insufficient renewable power? Will there be a mains electric connection or generators running? None of this is included in the business case or financial projections. Near the pod and cabin operations at Gorsebank, which is no more than 500 metres from the proposed application at Woodlands Creek. Gorsebank has self-designated itself as a quiet site. It doesn't allow music to be played and minimise noise. In the 12 years it has been in operation, I have never had any issue with noise or disturbance from the site. I note that a previous planning approval just a short walk away up the A710 at Richon had specific noise limits placed on that development. From the Council's own LDP2 policy OP1, the noise and vibration which may result from the development will be a material consideration in the assessment of proposals. In the unfortunate event that this application is granted, there is a significant risk that myself and neighbours will be negatively impacted unless strict defined controls are made a condition during both the build phase and operation phase. The Council priorities state that it will ensure that local people and communities are at the heart of our decision making. In light of the points raised above and those of the other 22 objectors, the application I ask you to reject and propose. This statement is from Barbara Darwell. I have lived in Dumfries and Galloway for nearly 15 years and hold it to be one of the most beautiful places on earth. We have stunning scenery, amazing people and many positive things to attract people to the region. The proposed location would, in my opinion, present guests to the region with a very poor impression of what we can offer, and I am extremely surprised at it being considered for holiday accommodation next to a busy and at times dangerous road. We've had 2 fatalities on this stretch of road in recent times. It is also no more than 500 yards from an almost identical business at Gorsebank, set up by a young family over a decade ago. I know that they work tirelessly to attract people to the region and provide them with a very well received and value for money short break. Do we really want to jeopardise our existing local businesses, especially during these difficult COVID times? It hardly seems right or sensible to have 2 such similar operations right next to each other. I am told sustainable development isn't just how things are built and run, but is also important to make sure you have a healthy mixture of businesses in the local economy, each able to grow, flourish and hopefully provide further prospects for local people. Finally, my neighbours and I are concerned at the possible noise generated by this development. The site at Gorsebank keeps noise right down by not allowing big groups or music, and as such I have never had cause to be disturbed by them. What promises have we from this development that the current noise levels will be increased? This statement's from Brian Darwell. As a local resident living less than 400 yards from the proposed development, I have several concerns which I do not believe the current application addresses or satisfies. The proposed site is right on the rather noisy and busy A710. Living locally for 15 years, I also know that the site regularly floods, making the ground boggy and unstable. As such, much improvement work would be required to make the site suitable for the proposed purpose, at odds with the low-impact ethos of the development. There is a power line running directly over the site, which, if the intention is to attract families with children playing with balls or kites, would present an extreme danger. The nearby site at Gorsebank has been open for over a decade, and we have never had an issue with any noise or cases of disruption from the site. There are no assurances in the proposed development that they will adopt a similar approach and respect local residents' wishes to live in a quiet and peaceful location. I note that the existing business at Gorsbank, which is no more than 500 metres from the proposed development, is a site that requests guests to play no music and keep noise to a minimum. What safeguards are being included to minimise the noise impact, given that there may be 50 to 80 people on site at one time? Earlier nearby planning approvals have had noise limits applied for both construction and when open for business. Similar noise limits and appropriate monitoring should be made a condition of this development if, in the unfortunate case, it is approved. It is unclear from the application why a shop is required and what indeed it would be allowed to sell. During these difficult COVID times, we should be supporting our existing shopping outlets in Dalbeattie and Colvend, not adding more retail capacity to bring further challenges to our established retailers. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concern. This statement is from Marion Davidson. Further to my original objection to this plan application, I note that comments have been invited. My original objection still stands and my comments are as follows. I have concerns around this development, as I don't think that due consideration has been given to the potential negative impact on existing wildlife habitats in the area. Has a survey been carried out, for example? This part of the A710 has poor visibility from the site onto the busy road, which is frequently used by a large volume of cyclists. There is also currently a large number of similar type holiday developments in the area, and naturally due to the current pandemic, many are struggling to make a living. There seems to be little support from the Scottish Government and the self-catering industry, and I feel the approval of a development immediately adjacent to an existing business of a similar nature is detrimental to both. The Planning Committee should be mindful in considering the economic impacts as well as the safety and site development concerns of such an application. Next statement is from Jane Howarth. I will say at the start that I am still opposed to this proposal. I feel strongly that it will not add any value to the area, just put at risk existing local businesses. Indeed, one is operating next door and is already providing exactly the same low-cost pod-style holiday accommodation being proposed, and a further retail outlet can surely not be justified given the struggle all high street retailers are currently under. I said in my original objection that as the proposal mentioned all the wildlife present, then an ecological survey should be carried out, and I still believe that should happen before any further development. I can't believe that so many prefabricated units can be taken across the site without damage. Indeed, I remember the difficulty the proposer had getting the static caravan across the site and the damage clearly seen to the ground after just one such manoeuvre. I read that the Roads Department have no issue with the new opening onto the already busy A710. Again, that surprises me given there have been previous deaths on that stretch and it's such a busier road than it was a few years ago. In addition, just along the road is another piece of land already given planning permission, 17/1923/FUL at Richhorn Woodland, and the planning condition was for a visibility of 4.5 by 215 metres. The proposal on this site is 2.4 by 215 metres. Why the difference? I would also question the eco-credentials of the proposal. Is it really a sustainable proposal given the same business already operates next door? Where are the details for the rainwater harvesting, wind turbine and solar panels power connection units? If permission is granted, will the site be tied to being off-grid permanently as a key stipulation? Finally, I would ask if any of the planners are questioning the long-term viability of the business, and there are still so many questions. Is it worth risking the viability of an already existing business currently next door in operation? I don't think so. Do you? The next statement is from Lucy Stratford. I am objecting to this proposed development on several points. One, no ecological survey has been done to indicate the damage that could be caused to the local environment. 2. The entry and exit site are opposite a well-used exit and is dangerously near a corner. 3. The proposed development is the same as the business next door. In these difficult times, it seems unfair to subject Gorsebank to further potential loss of business, especially if it's only to be for 5 years, long enough to pointlessly ruin a currently growing concern. 4. In this climate of raising COVID-19, I feel the influx of builders, developers, staff and customers will put too much extra strain and risk on the local community. And the last statement is from Laura Wilson. I am concerned about the intention to create a development of holiday accommodation in this location for a number of reasons. No ecological or wildlife survey appears to have been undertaken. Given the nature of the land in this location, I would urge that further investigations are made about the plans to minimise any potential impact on existing wildlife habitats in the area. As a regular user of the A710 in this area, I am concerned about the access safety from the road. Visibility is poor on the corner where the site is located, and I feel an increase in traffic entering and exiting the site will cause a hazard to road users. I am concerned about the over-provision of this type of holiday accommodation in the immediate area, particularly in the current pandemic. Many local tourism businesses are struggling financially with very little support from the Scottish Government in this sector, self-catering. And I feel the approval of a development immediately adjacent to an existing business of a similar nature is detrimental to both. I would ask the Planning Committee to carefully consider the economic impact as well as the safety and site development concerns of such an application.
Thank you very much, Tracy. So, members, you've heard these representations. We are now in session, and I did promise... Oh, Councillor Carruthers has just joined us, and he has indicated that he does not have any declarations of interest for the clerk to record. Councillor Maitland, can I come back to you first? You did have an issue about the chalet.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I was wondering about it, but I suppose if it's conditioned to only be put in to the satisfaction of the planning authority, I think we can probably leave that to the officers to decide on the suitable design, especially since it's not a permanent building. It's quite clearly to be brought in. Chairman, I was just actually wondering about the issue that was raised with respect to electricity. I did actually write down in my first thoughts about water as well. I'm curious that there should be absolutely no electricity and no water brought to the site. I wonder if the officers could be absolutely clear about that. But otherwise, Chairman, I think bearing in mind that it is a temporary proposal, I understand people's objections with respect to another business alongside, but I don't think that actually is directly a planning issue, I'm afraid. But I'll leave it there, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. The only thing I will say about the temporary permission is just to establish that this is a viable business, and if that is the case, it would then be up to officers whether or not they wanted to continue that into a permanent fitting. So it's not simply a 5-year and then go away. This is part of a mechanism to establish the viability of the business with a proposal for a long-term established project. I have... Oh, first of all, Case Officer Robert Duncan. Robert, are you still with us? Can you help Councillor Maitland with her inquiry in relation to the electricity supply and a water supply, please?
Yes, I'm still here, Chair. In relation to those questions, that is what they are proposing. It's not something we are requiring, and it doesn't really make a difference to our assessment of the case, but it seems to be some kind of unique selling point that they have. They want to be off-grid, they don't want to connect to electricity, they don't want to connect to the public water supply and so on and so forth. But from our perspective, there's nothing to prevent them doing so if they wish to do that in due course. We're just dealing with what we've got in front of us, really. as far as that goes. But it isn't something we have stipulated or required. It wouldn't be something they would be required to adhere to in the longer term.
Thanks, Robert. And can you just again, for my peace of mind, just reaffirm the purpose of the temporary permission? It is not so that the whole settlement will be removed in 5 years' time. I think it's to ensure or establish the viability. Is that correct?
Yes, the processing of the case, you'll notice the age of the case. It took a long time to process this application. And one of the difficulties I had was trying to get the business plan vetted. Now, there's always a degree of uncertainty with these things. The business plan looks fine, it looks credible, it's produced by professionals. I don't have any difficulty with that, but there's always a degree of uncertainty, particularly with COVID-19. So looking at the case and the nature of it and the kind of temporary nature of much of it and the reversibility of it, I felt that it might be safer just to go for a temporary permission for 5 years, and that would allow the applicants an opportunity to implement the development, get it going, to see if it was viable in 5 years' time or not. And if in a worst case scenario, say if it turns out not to be viable, they've got a range of temporary structures which then have some resale value, they have some reuse value elsewhere. So I didn't feel that that was unfair or unreasonable. But very much, yes, there was an element of doubt there as to whether this business is viable or not. So we felt, why not give them a temporary permission of 5 years, and then they can come back and demonstrate it one way or the other after that period.
Yes, I think the point I was trying to make was that 5 years is only the start. It may be much longer if it becomes a viable and effective addition to the local business economy.
Yes, the thinking was very much at the end of the 5 year period, it would be open to them to make another planning application. Yes.
Thanks for that. Okay, I've got Councillor Blake and then Councillor Ferguson. So, Councillor Blake first, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got some concerns about this particular one. The business plan, as I think one of the representatives mentioned, it was rather scarce in facts. If you take they were talking about less, they were paying less than the minimum wage. There was the unstated costs of a water connection, if there was to be one, or an electricity connection, if there was to be one. There's also the mention of a wind turbine, which is not part of this application. So I fail to understand how these pods will operate with absolutely no support network at all. You've got a toilet block, showers. If in fact that was to be powered by a wind turbine that's not mentioned and certainly not detailed in this, how would that operate? Would it operate by a generator? And then if it was a generator, do we have a noise issue? I think there are a lot of unanswered questions in this one. Thank you.
I take it that's merely a statement at this stage, Councillor Blake, because we are dealing with the application in front of us which doesn't detail, and as far as we're concerned, there is no application for a wind turbine nor a generator at this stage. So I presume it's an observation at the moment.
Well, it's a case. It's also a question to the case officer. It's apparently a viable business plan, and I'm just questioning what's the viability of it if there's no energy requirement for that site. How does a shower block or a toilet block operate? How do you get there other than by a torch? What part of that is included in the business plan? Is there a generator mentioned, for instance?
Okay, Robert, can you help Councillor Blake with his inquiry, please?
The business plan doesn't really go into that level of detail. Like I say, it's been prepared by Chartered Accountants. It's on our website, so it's available for public inspection. You can look at it. What I'm saying about the business plan is it presents something that is viable. I haven't been able to get it vetted internally by any party within the council. So as a result, there are doubts in my mind as to whether or not we're looking at something which is viable or not. But in the circumstances, I feel it's better to give the benefit of the doubt. In terms of electricity supply, there's nothing proposed. Now, to me, that would normally indicate a connection to the Scottish Power network that's available there for the public. There's certainly no application for a wind turbine. There's no indication that a generator would be used either. There's no indication that batteries would be used. I would anticipate they would connect to public power network, but again, that's contrary to what they're saying. The 5-year temporary period is meant to give them a chance to try and establish the business and run it along the lines they're talking about, and to enable them the opportunity to see if it is something viable and something that would support a permanent residence there.
Thanks for that, Robert. I've got Councillor Ferguson, then Councillor McClelland.
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me. I'm actually looking at the 1.3 in the background. The issue about the manager's staff chalet at the rear of the site is, the words here, is also sought, right, which is separate from the actual tourist accommodation. And then if you go to recommendation 2, the only reference we've got in here that I can see is for the holiday units. So what is the recommendation, or what, pretty much in line with what Councillor Blake's just said, if we're expecting a year-round member of staff to be in that house or chalet, whatever you want to call it, albeit it's a kit house brought in that could be dismantled, where in the recommendations does it say that if the position with the yurts or the lodges diminishes, that house won't continue to be occupied?
I take it that will be conditioned, but I'll ask Robert just to come back and help you with respect to the siting of the office accommodation and house. Robert, can you help Councillor Ferguson with that, please?
The idea of the temporary permission is to give an opportunity over a 5-year period to establish the business and run it for that period of time to see if it's viable or not. And then at the end of that period, a further planning application would be required to keep things beyond that. So that's the kind of thrust of the conditions that are on the permission.
I think Councillor Ferguson's concerned that the chalets are mentioned on the condition, but the house is not, and don't know whether that's concluded with the as a catch-all condition, or whether it should be specified. I think that's the point Councillor Ferguson was making.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, looking at the recommended conditions, condition 1 says that the use hereby granted planning permission shall be discontinued on or before the expiry of a period of 5 years from the date of this permission. That's meant to cover the whole of the proposal, the whole of the use of land, which covers not only the use as holiday accommodation, but the use as owner's accommodation as well. So that's the intention.
So
Condition 1 is meant to be a catch-all.
Thank you, Robert. Councillor McClelland.
Can I come back in that, Chair?
Oh, sorry, Andy. Of course you can, aye.
Yeah. So that means then, Robert, we've got a different condition applying to the staff than we have to the tourists.
Robert?
Because surely that accommodation should be fit from day one for people, for members, for their staff, or the owners to actually reside in that chalet.
Robert?
Yes, condition 1 is limiting the period of time for which the development can operate to an initial temporary period of 5 years, and that covers everything. You've got condition 4, which has been mentioned previously, which is looking for the details of holiday letting units, so on and so forth. And condition 5 needs landscaping, but condition 1 is just basically giving it a temporary permission for the owner's accommodation as well as the tourism accommodation and all the ancillary works.
So there will be no permanency with the house when the 5 years lapses if the business is deemed not to be in a position to continue. Andy, do you want to come back again?
I think that's kind of what I'm getting at here, because I can understand the condition about the business, but I can't understand why we're allowing that same situation to be for either the owner or member of staff. We wouldn't even consider it for any other development, and appreciate we look at everything on their own merit. And I'm kind of the mind here that with the accommodation for the members of staff should be the first thing on site, and not 5 years down the line. Would it be fit to work, to live in, for example?
No, I think the proposal is to put a house on site immediately, but it will be removed as well after 5 years, along with every other installation, unless permission is granted beyond that period of time. But again, Robert, can you help?
Chair, yes, that's right. owner's accommodation is claimed as being essential to operate the business. So my understanding is it would be, once conditions have been discharged, it would be on site from the opening of it, from the initial operation of it as a holiday accommodation site.
Thank you. I'll come back to you if need be at the end of this, Andy. I have Councillor McClelland and then Councillor Drysdale looking to speak. So, Councillor McClelland.
Yeah, good morning, Chair. Just like to ask the case officer, I heard there from a number of representations regarding the potential environmental impact of noise, and I can't find anywhere in the report where noise has been addressed. I'm just wondering if the case officer could maybe throw some light on that, please.
Thanks for that, Councillor McClelland. Robert?
Yes, Chair. The view I took was it requires a caravan site licence to operate, and I felt on that basis there was a controlling mechanism there. So in other words, if there were antisocial or noise issues attendant there, they would be covered by the site licence, and their own site licence would be in jeopardy if there was a problem.
Councillor McClelland, that you sorted?
Yes, thank you for that, Robert.
Thanks, Henry. Pauline, Councillor Drysdale.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I would just like to make a point to the officer and maybe some clarification, if possible, please, Robert. I note that we don't have full details about the actual pods that are going to be erected, and that's going to come later. In other areas of the UK, I've noticed there's been a large number of pods put on temporary planks as such, and therefore they are more easily movable, or it's easier to dismantle them. Is that something that we could look at as part of the conditions to see if they will be permanent structures or if they'll be put on planks? Thank you.
Robert, can you help Councillor Drysdale?
Yeah, absolutely. We're considering that the Shepherd's Huts proposed will be chatels. Likewise, the owner's accommodation is a chalet type facility, so likely to be something that will meet the definition of caravan under the terms of the Caravans Act. It's something temporary, non-permanent, reversible, removable. You know, these are the kind of words I would use to describe them. We're not expecting something that's permanently fixed to the ground, and the report does touch on this. So we're expecting the proposed Shepherd's Hut to be something like that. But if, as a committee, you want to make that absolutely clear in the condition that that's the expectation, then you can amend that condition to do that, yes.
Thank you, Robert.
When we get to determining the application, I'll come back to Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Drysdale and indeed Councillor Blake to see if there are any further observations they wish to make. I've got Councillor Jim McComb, please.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I note that the pods will have no utility connections. Is that also the case with regard to the shop and the manager's chalet?
I would imagine the shop would need power. Robert, can you help Councillor McComb with that, please?
I don't know the answer to the question, but like yourself, I would assume that they would have to have some kind of power supply to them, whether that would be battery or a generator or connection to the mains. That they would need something of that nature.
Thank you, Robert.
And
Councillor McComb.
Yeah, will they have a working sewerage system?
Robert.
There's a private treatment system proposed, which is just close to the welfare facility, so the toilet and shower block just next to the car park. It was on the layout plan that was part of the presentation, but it's just in the northwestern corner of the site, so that's how they're proposing to deal with that issue.
Thanks, Robert.
Thanks, Councillor McComb. Members, it appears that there are no other questions for the case officer, so we are now in session, or we've all been in session. I have Ian Blake with concerns, Andy Ferguson with concerns, Pauline Drysdale, and then we'll go to the recommendations unless there are alternative proposals. Oh, Councillor McKee, sorry.
No, it's all right. Could I just ask a question? What about wildlife survey? Has any wildlife survey been done there? There's no mention of that at all.
Robert?
Chair, no, there hasn't been a wildlife survey done. Normally, if you had a habitat there or something that indicated the presence of European protected species, for example, you would expect a wildlife survey to be done, but we're not looking at that situation there. It's not anticipated there's a great wildlife value to that site. There obviously will be wildlife there, but not to the degree that you would expect it to be surveyed.
Thanks, Robert. Okay, Councillor Blake, do you want to come back with any observations on this application before we go to determination?
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I just couldn't find the on button there. I still have concerns about this. I think that the business plan has quite a few omissions. We've heard the report, or Robert's not the reporting on the officer, but he's dealing with this today. Robert's even mentioned the fact that he would assume that the shop would need power, and obviously the shower is going to need water, and they're going to need power. We've already had the payment of staff being questioned about that would be below the minimum rate. I think that I don't think the business plan is there yet. It may very well be able to be done should this be refused and be brought back to us. It maybe could be explained better, but I think it's insufficient to grant planning at this particular time, and I would move that we refuse on these grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I come back to Andy Ferguson and Pauline Drysdale, I now have two other speakers. I have Ivor Hislop who's looking to speak, followed by Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I think this business is aiming at this new sort of eco-friendly holidays. I think it's a 5-year temporary permission, so I think there's enough here that if it isn't a success, we can rectify the problem in 5 years' time if required, and therefore I would move the recommendations as they stand.
Thanks for that, Ivor. I've got John Martin.
Just Ivor's took most of the words out of my mouth, but as I say, I would second Ivor on it. We go with the officer's recommendation. And as for saying that they would be paying below the minimum wage, that's against the law. I just don't know. As I say, it's not legal to pay before they're lower than the minimum wage, so I don't know where that one's coming in. It's just a red herring.
I think it's an observation simply. It's nothing to do with the planning committee. We don't determine plan applications on minimum wages. But so we have a proposal from Ian Blake to refuse this application. We have a recommendation from Ivor Hislop, seconded by John Martin, to support it. So I'll come to Andy Ferguson, then Pauline Drysdale before I go to the rest of the members.
Chair, thanks very much for letting me back in. I'm all for supporting a new local business, and the only concern I have is about the owner's chalet, and I think Robert alluded there that they hope it would meet the definition of a caravan. Can we put that in as a condition, that the accommodation for the owner/manager meets the definition of a caravan, so it's definitely be moved. The reason I'm saying that, Chair, is that many of us know, you included, part of your ward, they built temporary accommodation just after the war, and it was there till the 1990s. So I just want to make sure that if this does go belly up and does, it's not a viable business, then the whole chalet thing would be taken away at the same time, not a separate time.
Whilst I let Pauline speak, I'll ask Robert to reflect on the wording that might satisfy you. So I'll come back and ask Robert's view after Councillor Drysdale has a say. Pauline?
Thank you very much for letting me back in, Chair. I have a couple of observations that I'd just like to have acknowledged. I think the noise levels do need to be put into the conditions, some sort of condition there. The request for a shop causes me a bit of alarm at a time when we're supposed to be encouraging tourism and tourists to use our local shops in Dalbeattie, Kirkcudbright and Castle Douglas. Is there an actual need for that? I would question that. And obviously the temporary condition of the actual house and the the huts, you know, so that if after 5 years it wasn't a feasible project and a feasible business, then it would be easy to take it back down. So these are just my observations, and I would like them to be considered as part of the conditions, if that's possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Willie. I think Robert already said that the noise level would be controlled by environmental health, and that would be an issue if noise level became a problem for adjoining neighbours. At this moment, we can't establish that because the site's vacant. Councillor David.
Chair, I've been listening to the debate. If it is of assistance, just addressing Councillor Ferguson's query first. Condition 3 that's recommended on page 25, that does clearly look for details of the proposed timber holiday accommodation units and staff accommodation, so that is covered by condition 3. What I don't think it's necessarily reasonable to require that it meet the definition of a caravan, but officers can clearly take that on board with what comes in. Hearing what the concerns are, I do wonder if condition 1 could be slightly improved by saying that the use hereby granted planning permission shall be discontinued on or before blah, 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 and add in, and all structures on the site shall be removed. Because that isn't actually mentioned there. It does say works about the reinstatement, but it doesn't explicitly state that all structures have to be removed, and I think that would help. And to answer Councillor Drysdale's query about noise, we've occasionally had this sort of issue crop up at committee before with caravan sites. Caravan sites are not inherently noisy activities in themselves. We've heard from all the representations about how Gorse Bank has not caused any problems, so I think that demonstrates the case. If there is any antisocial behaviour, as Robert alluded to, there is the caravan licence, but it's also a police matter, so I don't think it would be reasonable to attach any noise conditions to any permission.
Okay, hopefully that satisfied the members that raised issues. I've got Councillor Fairbairn has commented that there's plenty of wiggle room and we accept that. Councillor McClelland wants to speak, and Councillor Hislop's happy to add in David's suggestion about conditioning that all structures be removed. Councillor McClelland?
Yes, thank you again, Chair. David actually clarified the point I was going to make regarding noise, so I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Hopefully the advice from David has satisfied the members that expressed concern. So we're now in a situation where we have a motion to refuse and reasons given that doesn't yet have a seconder, and then an amendment which becomes a motion, but the motion was to refuse, and then we had an amendment which is seconded by amendment by Councillor Hislop, seconded by Councillor Martin. So that becomes the motion. So is there a seconder for Councillor Blake's refusal, a proposal to refuse this application? If not, then Councillor Blake can record his dissent if he wishes, and I will ask Tracy to confirm the unanimous decision of the committee, please.
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve this application as per the report, with the amendment to condition 1 that includes a sentence that all structures on the site shall be removed at the end of the period of 5 years.
That fit, David? Thank you. Okay, members, we move on to agenda item number 5. The installation of a self-bunded chemical dosing unit, 2 tanks, erection of 2-metre high security fence and associated works for a temporary period until October 2021 at Kipford Wastewater Treatment Works, Kipford. The application type is a full application from Scottish Water. The reference number is 20/040/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. Case Officer Judith Turnbull. So Judith, if you'd take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is the location plan for the application. The site's about 130 metres south of the shop in Kipford and has a shoreside location. The site's adjacent to a private track which gives access to the properties to the south and also leads to a small beach. Could we move to the next slide? Thanks. This is the proposed site plan. It shows the layout, including the area for the circular dosing tank at the top of the site and the 2 tanks roughly in the centre. The proposed pipework connecting the tanks is indicated by the dotted lines, and proposed terrace fencing would enclose the dosing unit in the north of the site, then come down adjacent to the road before stepping in before the southern boundary. The fencing shown on the drawing is dotted on the right at the bottom and at the bottom of the site, down along adjacent to the road and along the bottom of the site. The closest properties are shown on the other side of the access track, 1 and 2 Ford View to the north and Albertine to the south. The applicant has stated that the facility is important to address the bathing water quality at Kitford in accordance with the Bathing Water Directive, and additional information is given in paragraph 4.5 of my report. Next slide. This is existing and proposed elevations. The elevational views refer to the inset plan on the side of the drawing. The top elevation is from the south, with the existing elevation on the left-hand side of the drawing and the proposed elevation on the right. From the south, the existing trees should provide screening of the 2 tanks, shown in red on that one anyway, shown in red, and the conditions included requiring the trees along this boundary to be retained or permission is required for carrying out any works to these trees. The second elevation down is a view from the sea. The dosing unit is to the left of the existing building and the 2 tanks are in the centre. The southern tank would be highest at 640 metres above the existing building. And although the tanks would be the same size, one is set higher than the other to give flow. The third elevation down is from the north, and in this view the dosing unit is set in front of the tanks. And the bottom one is when viewed from the road, from the east. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the site on the approach from north, coming down from the shop, with the application site on the right-hand side of the road as indicated. It's a bit further on and on the other side of the road from 1 and 2 Ford View, which are the houses at the far end of the road. Next one. Lara, thank you. This is a closer view of the site from the north, with the site just beyond the car. The existing building is covered with ivy on this side, and it's the green bushy thing breaking the skyline if you go straight up from the bonnet of the car. You can actually see the corner of the roof poking out from the side of it. I was pointed that out to give you an idea of the height of the building. Next one, please. Thanks. This is from the south on the access track. The site's on the left-hand side of the image, showing the existing building and the parking area. The bushes next to the dark car would be removed and the dosing tank would be located on that area. The existing parking bay would be lost as the tanks would be sited in that area, and the gable end you can see in the image belongs to 2 Ford View. Next one. Thanks. This is looking over the site from the southwest corner. In this image you can see the manhole covers which give access to the underground parts of the existing treatment works. On the right of the slide just on the corner, you can see the tree cover on the southern boundary. Next one. I wanted to point that out because on this one there's no leaves on the trees because it was taken before lockdown. And this is from the building on the site looking southeast. The proposed tanks would be sited to the left-hand side of the image on the parking area. And it shows more clearly the tree cover, but as I say, they've not got any leaves on them. Next one, please. This is showing the retaining walls to the north, which is the top slide, the west, which is the middle slide, that's from the sea view, and from the south, which is the bottom slide. No, it's the top slide. Thanks. Next one. This is the view east over the site, looking with my back to the parapet wall, looking straight over up, and you can see the properties on the top road and the end of 2 Ford View on the left-hand side. Next one. This is looking over the roof of the existing building on site. I took this to try and show the height of the existing building in relation to the houses of Ford View. And I tried to when I took the photograph, I tried to be level so that you would have the indication of what height that was, bearing in mind the highest tank would be 640 metres above this roof level. Next one. 640 millimetres, sorry. This is a photograph the agent sent in of similar tanks. These come in white as standard finish, but they can be finished in a specific colour if required. Conditions are recommended, including the finish and colour of the tanks, their frames and any netting to be agreed. In the application, it was proposed that the tanks and the frames would be covered in netting, and although I didn't get details of that, it was a bit, so I couldn't really understand where the netting came in, so I put a condition on requiring all of the aesthetics of the tanks to be agreed. And a condition is also recommended requiring the design and finish of the temporary security fencing. The proposal involved mesh Harris fencing, and I know Harris do solid fencing, which if that is deemed better, then it may mean that the finish and the colour of the tanks are not quite so critical if the fencing is solid. That concludes my presentation, and in conclusion, the application is recommended for approval as detailed in my report subject to recommended conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Any questions for the case officer at this moment in time? John Young.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if the case officer could give us an exact distance from the corner of this proposed plant to the gable end of 2 Ford View, please. What is the actual distance?
Judith.
In my report on, just bear with me. I'm afraid I haven't got an actual distance. No, I could attempt a guess at it, but it wouldn't be fair.
If it's very exact, then Judith can't help us, but if it's kind of general, she might be able to do that whilst we get other speakers. I'll come back to you, Councillor Young.
That's an important point. I feel we should have that distance.
No bother, I'll come back to you. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine was exactly the same point, actually. I understand that the distance is probably around 4 metres, although probably Judith will be able to clarify that. In that respect, I'd like to ask Judith, are there any building regulations that would require a minimum distance between that building and a nearby property?
You're talking about temporary structure now, not the building?
Talking about the temporary structure, yes.
Thanks, Councillor Blake. Judith, are there any building regulations that control that, please?
I'm afraid I don't know about the building regulations. Some of the objections mentioned directives included under sewage and distances. I think 7 metres was mentioned, but that's not something that we take into account. And I think that the distance between Ford View and the existing works is less than 7 metres, but Chris is looking it up at the moment.
So at this moment in time, Chris is going to try and calculate very specifically for Councillor Young what the distance is. And we'll come back to you, Councillor. Oh, here's Councillor McComb. Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Chair. We are told at several points in the report that this is a temporary solution. Is there any indication what the permanent solution is?
Judith?
I don't know what's being proposed as a permanent solution. This proposal has come along in various forms. The first one was in 2017, and we've been working towards a temporary arrangement since then, really. But no, I don't know what the permanent solution is.
Mind you, Jim, that's no part of the consideration today anyway. We have a planning application before us, and that's what we're determining. But happy to have you come back, Jim.
I just hope, Chair, it's not like some of the houses built after World War II.
Hope you need to stop getting on to me and don't take guidance from Andy Ferguson for it.
We have had the beer as well, Chair.
I know. Right, so Judith, on distance, can you help us? Have you come to a conclusion? If you haven't, we can come back later because we have representation. One of the representatives has a distance for us in her statement. Have you not got it yet, Chris?
Is it from the corner of the site or from the nearest tank?
Councillor Young, where do you want the distance from, please?
From the corner of the site.
To the nearest tank.
The diagonal linking the corner of the proposed plant, the outer edge of it, corner, and the gable end of the house at 2 Ford View.
Yeah. Whilst Chris is calculating that, if there are no other members looking to speak, I will have Tracy read out a statement from Coleman Clark, and then hopefully Alison Hall is still with us. If not, she has a statement as well. Pardon? Don't see it. Councillor McClelland. Oh, sorry, I see it now. Councillor McClelland. This is still questions for the case officer.
Yes, it is a question for the case officer, Chair. Thank you.
Bang on, Henry. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a question in relation to the chemicals that are actually entering the site and what considerations are there in this proposal for containment of these chemicals, because I would imagine the vehicle that's coming in will be transferring the chemicals to these bunded or self-bunded containers. So what are the arrangements regarding any potential spillage and contamination of the land? I can't find that anywhere in the report.
Judith?
There's nothing that deals with that directly in the report, but I have had communication from SEPA, and they are quite involved. If you look at 2.4 of my report, an assessment of the risk to the water environment is used in proposal submitted by SEPA is satisfied with the assessment. I think maybe that refers more to what's going into the sea than the unloading. But this is actually a private track rather than a public road. So, and we have had the response from the roads officer has asked for temporary signage and schedule and accommodate reasonable requests. So what I would say is that when the works are being carried out, the road will be stopped. There'll be a process to limit the traffic, stop the traffic, and the road will be exclusively being used by the unloading vehicle at that point.
Thanks, Judith. I think Henry's question was if the lorry coming down with chemicals suddenly spills them all onto the roadway or within the treatment plant, what are the measures? And it might be that something for environmental standards or somebody else. It might not be part of the planning permission. But maybe you or David just could clarify whether or no that's contained within the report as part of the planning permission.
Chair, it's not a material planning consideration. It's covered by the legislation. And page 33, paragraph 2.4b is the comments of SEPA in that regard, where they say an assessment of the risk to the water environment in using the proposed chemical has been submitted by Scottish Water, and SEPA is satisfied with this assessment. So the relevant body for assessing those sort of matters is SEPA and not the Council.
Thanks for that, Judith. Thanks, David. Henry, does that satisfy your inquiry?
Yeah, I understand the explanation, but it doesn't satisfy my concerns.
No, I get that, and obviously we're constrained today by the legislative requirements placed on the planning committee, and that's no one of them. Thanks, though, Henry. Have we got a distance yet, case officer Judith or Chris?
Yep, I had a quick scale of the plan. So the distance from the closest tank to Ford View, so the corner of the closest tank is 12.2 metres. From the corner of the application site, so the corner of the sort of the northeast boundary of the red line site is 4.2 metres.
Thanks for that, Chris. John Young, is that enough information for you?
Thank you, Chair. That's sufficient for the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I have a question from Jane Maitland that asks, have we been told how often will a vehicle be required to service the proposal? Is that in delivery, Jane, or servicing as in maintenance?
Just how often will a vehicle be needed because of this planning permission, if we give it permission?
Okay, thanks for that. Judith, do you have that kind of information? How many vehicle journeys per day or per week will be required to this unit?
I don't have the information to hand, but I'm pretty sure that was submitted to the roads officer and enabled the roads officer to do the consultation response, in which he's asked for, on the condition, a risk assessment and method statement should be submitted and agreed, and that's condition 2.
Thanks, Judith. That's as much as we have for you at the moment. Jane?
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Jane. Doesn't seem there are any other questions for the case officer at this moment in time. So we have then now objectors. We have a statement to be read out from Clark Coleman, which we can't ask questions on, and then hopefully Alison Hall is still with us. If no, there's a prepared statement on her behalf that Tracy has as well. So if you can do Coleman Clark first, please, Tracy.
I would like the committee to reject planning permission for the Kipford wastewater planning application. I am the owner of 2 Ford View, which is a traditional fisherman's cottage 4 metres opposite the site of the proposed massive overgrown sewage treatment plant. This proposal will seriously impact on the amenity and business of the cottages for both owners and holidaymakers. I do not understand why the planning department consider that the proposal achieves high quality design, as the 3 massive tanks are in steel cages which are industrial in appearance and function and will be surrounded by industrial security Harris metal fencing. The overground sewage works cannot be camouflaged by covering them in green netting. This structure is sited at the roadside in a place of national scenic beauty and is enjoyed by many visitors and holidaymakers. The size and scale of the tanks will overwhelm the neighbouring single-storey cottages 4 metres away, as they, at a finished height of 2.7 metres, are just short of their roofline heights. Indeed, the combined width of the 2 storage roadside tanks at 5.4 metres wide and 4.2 metres long, and the huge circular tank at 2.6 metres diameter, is not far off the footprint of 2 Ford View. The background vegetation consists of 1 sparse medium-sized coastal tree and shrubs, which will be cut back to install the circular tank. This will not mitigate the impact of the sewage plant. The temporary works are planned to be on site for 6 months, May to October inclusive. This is the time during when the cottage is most used. The infrastructure will cause disturbance and seriously impact upon the amenity of the cottage due to servicing vehicles, which will block the single-track road, as the massive tanks will be sited on the existing parking bay for servicing vehicles. The road will also be blocked for walkers who enjoy the coastal road, which is part of the East Stewartry Coast National Scenic Area. This proposal is an ill-thought-out and last-minute plan from Scottish Water. This situation has been known about for many years, and the solution is a one-size-fits-all approach, which makes no attempt to be sympathetic to the scenic surroundings or the residents nearby. Scottish Water have only just identified a preferred site, but have not yet purchased it, nor submitted any plans to the Council for a permanent replacement for sewage treatment. Thus, the timescale of 2020 to 2021 really does not seem sufficient to complete the new works. In rejecting this current proposal, Scottish Water will have to plan a temporary solution with more care and have a more comprehensive and accurate plan for the temporary and permanent solution for Kipford.
Thank you, Tracy. Hopefully, Alison Hall is still with us. Alison, are you with us at all?
Hello?
Hi, Alison. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you for your forbearance. I know you've been online for a long time. We now come to your presentation, including pictures or images. You will have 3 minutes to do your presentation, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And then if you'd be kind enough to remain online in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So whenever you're ready, Alison, that'll be great. Just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present to you. I would like the committee to reject planning permission for this installation for 4 main reasons. The first one, the wastewater treatment works location. The wastewater chemical treatment plant will be located about 4 metres from the front wall of my residential property. A normal ruling for sewage treatment under current building regulations is that a sewage treatment plant must be sited more than 7 metres from habitable domestic properties. This issue was raised in several letters of objection but hasn't been addressed. Secondly, developments must be of high quality design. This proposal has no design elements at all. Industrial massive tanks cannot be considered...
Alison, can I pause you for a minute? I'd be very grateful if you would wait. We seem to have a problem with some images on the screen that might not allow yours to be uploaded. So if you'd be very kind and wait until we get this off screen, we'll then ask you to start again, if that's all right with you, so that your presentation is no interrupted. It's Councillor McComb at the moment. You seem to have some confidential stuff that's been uploaded onto the general screen. Can you look at that, please? That's much better. Thanks, Councillor McComb. Alison, my apologies. We'll start again. If you very kindly start again, we now have images on screen. And I do apologise for upsetting you in this way, but hopefully we'll start again and get it done this time.
Not at all. Thank you very much. I would like the committee to reject planning permission for this installation from the wastewater treatment plant. 4 main reasons. First one is the location. The wastewater chemical treatment plant will be located about 4 metres from the front wall of my residential property. A normal ruling for sewage treatment under current building regulations is that a sewage treatment plant must be sited more than 7 metres from habitable domestic property. This issue was raised in several letters, but doesn't seem to have been addressed. Secondly, developments must be of high quality design. This proposal has no design elements at all. Industrial massive tanks cannot be considered to relate well to the nearby cottages or surroundings. The Harris fencing is industrial quality for security purposes, not high quality design to minimise the impact on surrounding domestic situation or the site in a location of outstanding scenic beauty. This will completely overpower the cottages and the site. The size and scale of the proposed treatment plant is massive in comparison to the neighbouring domestic cottages, a mere 4 metres across the narrow road from the tanks to the cottage walls. The overall height of the 2 tanks is 2.7 metres highest point, and this is just shy of the roofline of 1 and 2 Ford View. Thus, this is a huge infrastructure being positioned at this sensitive site. In addition, the 3rd tank for dosing, so there will be a complex of 3 massive standard industrial structures which cannot be altered to minimise their impact. Green netting is proposed to minimise the impact, but I think this would only add to the industrial appearance at the roadside. The nearby vegetation is alleged to help reduce the impact. It's insignificant, but will also be cut back. So the nearby shrubs and tree won't screen this installation at the roadside. The temporary nature of the structure, if this proposal is allowed, we would expect that the current building regulations will be upheld fully. That is, that the 7 metre rule will be applied to this application. It would be unacceptable for the treatment works to be on site for any longer than 2021, as that would no longer be considered temporary and thus unacceptable near a domestic setting. We understand that a preferred site for the new permanent works has been identified, but this has not yet been purchased by Scottish Water. So we fear that the implementation timescale will be much longer than outlined in the planning application. The impact, fourthly, on 1 and 2 Ford View opposite. The holiday business for the cottages will be sacrificed for the possibility that the overground sewage treatment works improve the bathing waters at Rockcliffe. Guests and ourselves will not choose to holiday in cottages that are about 4 metres away from a massive sewage operation, which is in place for the busiest and nicest 6 months of the year. We as owners of the cottage and guests will suffer due to the last minute and poorly planned proposal from years of inaction from Scottish Water.
You have 30 seconds to go, Alison.
Thank you very much. Finally, I just want to reiterate with the roads, this whole outfit at the side of the road will cause massive disruption to both holidaymakers, guests and walkers. The road is very popular with walkers enjoying the scenic beauty around, and if the road is closed often for servicing of the installation and dangerous chemicals being brought in, then it cannot be used or enjoyed, and I don't think that is acceptable, and another solution should be found. And in rejecting this application, we would make Scottish Water have to do just that. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your presentation and your forbearance, Alison. Oh, did you have an image to show, did you?
Yes, I did. It's the second one, and it's just that the first one is, yes, thank you very much. That's the after one.
Super, thank you. If you just wait a few minutes in case members have any questions for you, please. Members, does anyone have any questions for Alison? In that case, Alison, thank you very much. Oh no, I have a question from Councillor Drysdale for you, I presume. Hey, Councillor Drysdale?
Yes, I think this, thank you, Chair. This question would be directed at you, Alison. Thank you very much. And correct me if I'm wrong, officers. But Alison, can I just ask, are the 2 parking spaces opposite that house owned by yourself, or is that council-owned land, the 2 parking spaces? Do you know, or, and if not, could the officer answer that question for me? Thank you very much.
Alison?
The parking spaces at the roadside are used by the cottage, the 2 cottages. the land, the coastal land on the other side of the road, is not owned by the council, it's owned by a trust, an educational trust, and the cottages and the residents are allowed to use the parking bays for the use of the cottage. It's a private road, and only residents' cars are allowed to be on the road and to use the road.
Thank you, Alison. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Alison. That's brought up an interesting question that's probably not part of the planning process, but it would Dumfries Educational Trust, and whether or no Scottish Water have approached them and offer permission to use that area of land will be something that maybe be explored elsewhere. So I don't think that's part of the planning process. I'll just check with Judith or David Sutty, but it's certainly something that we'll have to look into. The use of third-party land for or removing it by Scottish Water would need permission, presumably from the landowner.
I think we need clarification as to which parking spaces we're talking about, because there is a parking space adjacent to the works, and that's the one that's included in the application site. There are parking spaces across the road from Ford View that are adjoining the shore, and I think that's what's being referred to at the moment.
Can't hear anything, Chair.
From me or from Pauline?
I heard for you there at the moment, Jim, but just before when you were talking, I never heard you.
Well, my apologies. I thought my microphone was on. I was just saying we need to establish which piece of land or which parking spot is to be removed, because Alison Hall has confirmed that one piece of land is owned by a trust, an educational trust, presumably Dumfries Educational Trust, and I'm just trying to establish from Pauline Drysdale now which piece of land she's referring to, because that's something we'll need to look at. It may not be part of the planning consideration, but we can't be authorising Scottish Water to change the use of land they don't actually own. Well, we can, but there's a legal implication.
Do you want me to come back in, Chair, or is it an officer to confirm the two spaces that I thought from the drawings were actually opposite Bray side? Because I don't think the two parking spaces opposite Ford View were included, but maybe we need some clarification on that going forward, if that's okay. Thank you. Yes,
and probably the simplest thing is land ownership is not part of a planning consideration. That's somewhere else, but nevertheless it's helpful that it's been raised, because that brings other party ownership, land ownership into use in a different context and a different department. So it's not part of the planning process, Pauline, but I'm glad you brought it up. Are there any other questions for Alison Hall at this time from members? Alison, again, thank you for your presentation and forbearance today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, we're now in session. Are there any observations or proposals from elected members? Pauline Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just make the observation that it's not my ward, but I do use the area quite a lot. It is extremely busy every day of the week, with mainly residents and holidaymakers, which are normally parties of two or small families who can still utilise properties along that road at the moment. It is extremely busy with walkers, children, dogs. It's an area of beautiful scenic interest, and I think the netting, the green netting and the hedge fencing is completely unacceptable personally for that area of scenic beauty and part of the Southwest 300. So I'd just like to make those observations. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that, Pauline. We can come back to that if you feel strongly enough that you want to place a condition that restricts or prevents that. I have Councillor Dryborough looking to speak.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I think on this one, I don't have any problem at all with the application, but I do have a problem, same as Councillor Drysdale, on the screening of these massive tanks that are actually going to be to the side. So
I would suggest within the recommendations that something is placed to screen those particular tanks in a better way than netting.
Okay, again, we come back to that. We can condition that if members are of mind to support it. Do I see Ian Blake looking to speak?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I would agree with Pauline's comments there. I'm not sure, it's obviously a very popular place. I was there at the weekend and it was as busy as I've ever seen it before. Bearing in mind that if this is granted, this is going to be the position right through the entire of the holiday season next year. I don't know how much the members are aware of the situation, and I think it could be difficult to offer screening. I would actually suggest a site visit, not so much for me. I'm very much aware of the area, but I think other members maybe should really see the situation here and how difficult it would be.
Okay, so if you propose a site visit, everything stops till that's determined. Do you have a seconder for a site visit, or Pauline Drysdale already seconded that? Are there any alternative views? Councillor Martin?
As someone that know this area pretty well, because I go walk along there now and again, like, so as I say, I don't see the reason. I certainly don't think we need a site visit.
Okay, so far we have a proposal for a site visit has been seconded. We have an amendment that we don't have a site visit. If there are no seconders for that...
Yes, there is.
So it is yes, that's coming from Jane Maitland.
Yeah, yes, I would certainly second a proposal that we do not go on a site visit.
Okay, that's very simple. Councillor Blake has proposed a site visit, seconded by Councillor Drysdale. Councillor Martin has suggested we have sufficient information before us, and Councillor Maitland has seconded that. So, Tracy, just confirm who said what and take us to the vote, please.
Thanks, Chair. Motion proposed by Councillor Blake, seconded by Councillor Drysdale, to defer application for a site visit to take place. An amendment from Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Maitland, to determine the application today without a site visit. Let us proceed to the vote. Chairman?
Amendment.
Vice Chair?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake?
Motion.
Councillor Crothers?
Motion.
Councillor Drybrough?
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale?
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn?
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson?
Amendment.
Councillor Giusti?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Amendment.
Councillor Lieber?
Amendment.
Councillor McClelland?
Amendment.
Councillor McComb?
Motion.
Councillor McKee?
I won't vote here. I'm knowing this. I wasn't here in time.
Councillor Maitland?
Amendment.
Councillor Martin?
Amendment.
Councillor Tate?
Amendment.
Councillor Young?
Motion.
The amendment carries 10 votes to 7 with 1 abstention.
So that amendment means we will... Oh, it appears my microphone. Let me know. Thank you. Just as well, I've got a team helping me along here. So the amendment carried, we will determine this application today. So far we've had a proposal that we somehow regulate the fencing or have it removed. Is this something, provided we propose to support this application, that we delegate to officers, or do members want to determine what shape or form that takes? So we'll come to that last. If there are any other folks looking to speak. Jane Maitland's looking to speak.
Thanks very much, Chairman. I think we're slightly over-egging the pudding here. This is a temporary application, and I think we should condition it that after the year that is being required, all structures are removed, end of. And as far as covering it over is concerned, I think the Army used to do some rather good camouflage netting, and that's the sort of thing that I think we're probably looking for. I think we're over-egging this particular pudding, and I propose we go with the recommendations, but we definitely put it in a condition saying that everything is removed after a year.
Okay, and your proposal is without any additional recommendations, as is in the report. Is that your proposal, Councillor Maitland?
Yes, I don't think so, unless anybody's got anything they desperately want to add. Yep.
Okay, Doka, I've got Councillor Dryborough and then Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Dryborough?
Thanks very much, Chair. I would agree we go with the recommendations. However, there was suggestion that the tanks could be of a certain colour, and that certain colour could be a greenish type colour with the covering of those tanks. To mix in with the locality of that particular area. I mean, I agree what Jane says about, you know, you can put cam nets over certain vehicles and things like that in the army, but this isn't an army thing. This is a water treatment plant. However, there should be some form of covering that blends in well with the area.
I take it you and Jane would want that to be delegated to officers. And I think the concern members are demonstrating here is about the locality and trying to support the local community while still achieving the aim of having a permanent solution somewhere else that deals with the wastewater treatment. But I have Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Lever.
Thank you, Chair. I just think, as to Councillor Maitland's point, I thought that condition 1 would cover that. If we could just get that answered first, please. I have certainly got concerns over the size and how it domineers the local area in regards to this, but I think, going back to the point Councillor Maitland's made in regards to 31st of October, I think everything should be removed. But then if we can get that clarified, Chairman, I'll be satisfied.
Certainly the 31st of October next year is when the application is for. The worry that I'm sure neighbours and members should have is if it's half completed, the new thing, then Scottish Water will absolutely come along and ask for this to remain until such times as their alternative solutions are completed or brought to a conclusion. And I think that's the worry that's been expressed here. But Councillor Carruthers has a specific question he'd like answered. Judith or David?
I'll take that. Thank you, Chair. Yes, basically condition 1 would address Councillor Carruthers' concern, and the issue raised by Councillor Dryborough is actually covered by condition 4 on page 38. If members wish to specify a specific colour, at the moment it's left open-ended, that the details of the finishing colour have to be submitted and approved, and that's sort of therefore left to officers. But if members have a strong feeling, then that can be augmented and added to. The application is only until October 2021, but I think it is a valid concern because if there is no proposal which has even been submitted for a planning application yet, never mind approved, the chances of them having it all fully implemented by that time, I share those concerns that it does seem a little bit open-ended, but nonetheless, the application that is before you today is quite clear. That is all that's being sought at the moment, is October 2021. If it's approved and they come back for a further retention, then obviously members would have an opportunity to reconsider that at that time.
Thanks for that. I've got Jeff Lever, Pauline Drysdale and then Ian Carruthers. And I do note that Jane Maitland has written to us saying, fine, green tanks and netting delegated to officers and remove the tanks at end of permission. So that's Jane's proposal, amended slightly. So I've got Jeff Lever, Councillor Lever.
Well, David's actually answered my question. I've got concerns that it's still come back year after year whilst they get on with constructing the permanent solution. Is there any way in which we can actually just put a limit that we aren't going to support any further reapplication?
I think that's one of the valid points, and according to Councillor Maitland, that will certainly concentrate Scottish Water's minds. But Is there a mechanism we can employ whereby we can say this will not be extended no matter what beyond that given date? Bearing in mind if we do, we then have a consequential that we will be breaching the European EU community legislation, which was adopted by law into British, Scottish legislation. So by doing that, we will be leaving bathing water untreated. That will cause another problem for if no us, but somewhere else. David, can you or Judith help with the point that Councillor Lever raises about the making sure that this equipment is off-site in a year?
Again, Chair, all we can consider is what's before us. They've applied to the end of October next year. We have condition 1, which restricts it to that. If this is approved as a temporary measure, then obviously it's entirely open to yourselves. If they do come in with a further application to retain it for a longer period, you can then refuse that, and obviously there's the potential for enforcement action to get it removed at that stage as well. So all you have before you is to the end of October next year, and we can't say any further than that at the moment.
Thanks for that, David, and thanks, Councillor Lever. I've got Pauline Drysdale, Ian Carruthers and Ian Blake. Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me come in. I appreciate the need for the wastewater works, and I do concur with Jane Maitland that it must be removed by October 2021 if we can put that in the conditions. However, I would like to make the point that I am not at all happy with these army-type looking mesh and fencing. Quite frankly, that's unsightly for this area and not acceptable to residents. And Scottish Water really need to consider that because it's under the 7 metre required distances, I would really express an interest in Scottish Water and planning looking at contemporary treated fencing or pressure treated forest fencing, which is far more ergonomically pleasing to the eye rather than army type forest fencing. So I don't know if we can put a condition in about the fencing that Scottish Water come back with on their plans, but I would certainly recommend that that has to be part of the consideration with this planning application. Thank you.
Thanks, Pauline. We can either, I would have confidence that your officers would take note of what we're saying and they would ensure that the Harris fencing or net and whatever is an appropriate colour and design. The alternative is we bring it back to determine exactly what type of materials might be used before we allow the permission to be implemented. That's in the gift of members, but I'd certainly be confident leaving it to council officers. I have Ian Carruthers and Ian Blake.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be very brief. So I think yourself and David in particular answered my last question very well. I would agree with David, maybe going a bit beyond what he said about Scottish Water, being able to implement and construct this within the timelines. I think it's almost limited, almost zero anyways, zero chance of that happening. So the likelihood is there will be a further application, whether it's to extend the current one or whatever it may be. So I'm looking for the assurances that it will come back to members in the future applications on this site of a similar nature to what's been presented today, because I do think that the timeline is very tight and it's unachievable.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carruthers, and yes, we can condition that, and I'm sure that will be part of our deliberations as we move forward today. I have one more speaker, Councillor Blake, and then we'll maybe try and determine this application.
Thank you, Chairman. I totally agree with Councillor Carruthers. I think they're being totally unrealistic about this. There's no chance that they don't own any ground yet. They're still to go through the process of planning to get this up and running, and yet this application, if they were being honest, is unrealistic. They say they will have it off-site by October next year. Would it not have been sensible to get the treatment plant, the new treatment plant, up and through planning, and then ask for a temporary measure at that time? Although I appreciate we do have to consider the application that's before us today.
Yes, and I think what we seem to be missing, Councillor Blake, is that the contamination of bathing waters, the purpose this is being presented, and if we don't do anything then that continues, and it's a balance that members very much have to take account of as we determine this. The local community is clearly unhappy, and we have to take account of that as well. But we do address these things in planning terms, in legislative terms, so it will be up to members how we progress this. But certainly I think the message to Scottish Water will be a very strong one from officers today, if we happen to approve it, that the likelihood of a sympathetic hearing next year is remote. But we'll go to, if there are no other members of the committee looking to speak, we'll go to try and determine this today. Do we have a proposal other than the one from Councillor Maitland, supported by Councillor Carruthers, which is that we approve this with the amendment to the conditions? And David will remind us, or Tracy will remind us what that is. If there are, in fact, maybe to start with, can you remind us what the proposal is and what the amendments that members would be happy to see contained within the proposals are, Tracy, please?
Yes, Chair. At the moment, I've got noted that members wish to approve the application, but an amendment to condition 1 so that it states that all structures will be removed on site by the 30th of October 2021. Condition 4 to be specified that the tanks be in the greenish colour, but for the fencing and the coverings to be delegated to officers as part of that condition. And they've also agreed that any future applications on this site will come back to this committee for consideration.
That seems to be the general view of the members that have spoken. So if there are no alternative views, and I'm happy to have an alternative view, there's one available to members. If not, it will be taken that that is the unanimous decision of this committee. And if that's the case, I'll ask Tracy again to confirm the decision of the committee today, which is a unanimous decision to approve this application subject to new conditions.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, members have agreed to approve the application subject to amendment to condition 1 to include that all structures will be removed on site by 30th of October 2021, and condition 4 to include that the tanks will be of a green colour and that the fencing and the coverings were delegated to officers, and further agreed that any future applications on this site will come back to this committee for consideration.
Sound, David?
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Thank you. We have one more registered speaker today, so I intend to take agenda item 6 and then have a 30-minute recess. Agenda item 7, I should have told members earlier, has been withdrawn by the applicant. So we come to agenda item number 6. An application for the erection of industrial building and change of use of agricultural building to form office accommodation store, which is retrospective, at 2 Knockley Steading, Balmaclellan, Castle Douglas. The application type is full application. The applicant is Mr. Birch, reference number 20/0091/full. The recommendation is to refuse, and the case officer is Judith Turnbull. Judith, will you take us through your presentation again, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. If we just go on to the first slide, it's the location plans. Thanks. This shows the site. This is the location plan. The application site is about 400 metres southwest of Balmaclellan. It's located between the public roads of the A712 and B7075 and encloses the neighbouring property of Knockley, which is immediately adjacent to the T-junction of these two roads. Next slide, please. Thanks. This shows the site more clearly in relation to the neighbouring property to the south. The developed part of the site is shown in grey, with the house and the outbuilding, the upside-down L-shaped building to the left, and the other building to the right is the industrial premises. There's a burn running through the site which has been culverted over, and it enters the site on the northern boundary. It's just shown in the drawing as a line just to the right of the centre. I'm afraid it's not very clear, but it comes in the northern boundary and it comes out at the bottom of the buildings, the big building on the immediate right-hand side of the drawing. It comes out just to the bottom corner at the left of it, and then continues down and forming the site boundary. Can I have the next one, please? Thanks. This is the floor plan. The 3 buildings forming the premises are all joined up. and enclose the northwest and the eastern side of a concrete yard. I've written the bluish building, but it's not really blue. The building to the north, the left-hand side, the long building with the detail on the floor plan, was an original hay barn, which is now an office and store, and it's joined to the big workshop building by the welding shop in the middle. And next one, please. This is the elevations. These are the elevations. The north elevation on the top is running along the northern boundary, and the Dutch barn is easy to see because its distinctive roof. The second elevation is along the boundary adjacent to the road, and that's the road, the 712, which is got quite a lot of cutting into the verge to accommodate the building, and you'll see that on one of the photos to come. The third one down is the south elevation, and the bottom one is the west elevation from the public road and access to the site. Next one, please. Thanks. This slide shows the access and parking. The access is from the B7075, the road on the left of the drawing, and there are 19 parking spaces shown. The last time I visited the site, I didn't think the full parking area had been completed, but perhaps it has been now. The applicant is ready to speak, so perhaps could clarify this if it's important. Next one, please. Moving on to the photographs. This is taken from the 7075, the entrance to the site from the north, with a small area of parking shown. Next one. Thanks. This shows the entrance from the other direction on the same road and the area for parking adjacent to the house. Next one. Thanks. This is the premises viewed from the turning area, just inside the entrance, and that's the office, which is in the old hay barn just in front of the photograph, and the workshop to the right behind it. Next one. Thanks. This is panning right from the previous, shows the workshop in the distance and the welding shop, just the edge of it on the left-hand side. Next one. This is the old hay barn. It's now the site office and store along the northern boundary. And next one. And this is a view along part of the northern boundary, looking towards the B7075. The old hay barn is furthest away with its distinctive roof, and the welding shop with the vent pipe coming out is adjoining it. And then looking the other way on the next slide, please. This is looking the other way, so that's looking up to the verge on the 712. The welding shop just in close on the right-hand side of the image, and the workshop, the building with the pitched roof. Next one. This is where the burn enters the northern boundary. It's not there. Next one, please. This is looking south along the eastern boundary. That's the cutting that's being carried out to accommodate the building at the site. That's the workshop building. Next one. This is where the burn comes out from being culverted under the buildings. The top image is looking south, and the bottom image is looking east towards the 712. And on the bottom of that, the bottom of the bottom photograph is stones, which is the edge of the culvert where the burn comes out. Next one. This has been taken on the verge from the 712, looking towards the property. It was quite difficult to get views because of the foliage up there, but this shows the end of the domestic building and the old hay barn behind it. And the next one. And this was further up the 712 verge, the workshop immediately in the foreground with the welding shop behind it, and then the old barn and the dwelling house at the far end of the site. And the last image is the entrance on the B7075 to the neighbouring property, Knockley. That concludes the presentation, and in conclusion, the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons detailed in my report.
Thank you, Judith. Any questions from members at this stage for the case officer? I have one. Andy Ferguson, please, and then Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks, Chair. Judith, can you tell me the original building that was demolished, was that listed?
Judith?
No, there are no listed buildings on the site.
Thanks, Andy. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a question for clarification, please, on the business itself. I believe, and I can't be, the only thing is I can't be 100% sure, is this business has been given a considerable sum of money grant-wise from other sources, but also including the council. Is that the case?
I don't know, but it shouldn't be part of the planning process anyway, unless there's some legal implication. But I mean, I don't know whether we have that information. David, do you know?
I don't have any information to that effect, but as you said, it's actually not a material planning consideration.
Can't help you, Archie, about that. It's not material. It may well cause consternation if this goes wrong, but...
The only reason I'm asking, Chair, is obviously as E&I committee at the time were part of the grant given. It might be that I have to declare an interest. I think on consideration, I will probably withdraw from this application at the moment just to make sure that I'm safe.
Okay, and I suppose during the lunch break you can establish your position by making inquiries elsewhere within the council. Thanks for that, Archie. Any other members looking to have a question for the case officer at this moment in time? If not, then we move on to the only registered speaker, which is Peter Birch, the applicant. Peter, are you with us at all, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed, Peter. I'd be grateful if you would restrict or confine your presentation to 3 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to remain in case any members, elected members or committee members have questions for you, that'd be much appreciated. And just then, Peter, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Firstly, I agree I should have taken a better approach to the planning. What I'm going to do is try and briefly explain how we got to this point. I bought the property as a sole trader around 4 years ago. I was working from 3 rented sites in the Glenkens. This site was appealing because of the existing farmsteading to the rear. This allowed me to make a base for my business where I was from originally in the Glenkens and grew up. At this point, I worked myself and I soon employed a 19-year-old lassie to do the admin duties for the business. She and I have built this business to what it is today. At present, there are 4 clerical staff and 11 machine operators, fabricators. Having these skilled employees has allowed us to provide a unique service to the surrounding area. As a company, we also rely on our local surrounding companies. In the week-to-week running, using these services and amenities also helps to generate more local, rural jobs. In the past 4 years, the business has grown extremely fast and proves its visibility on this site in Balmaclellan. As the business grew, as you can see from our timeline, we had to adapt and expand to where we are now at present, allowing us to survive and serve the demand the company has been asked to provide and safeguard the jobs of the staff. I understand from the noise report that we can return the noise level back to the ambient, which would also allow the neighbouring Knockley house to be more livable, obviously. This is something that's been raised last year to myself. Prior to that, it wasn't raised as a concern. Obviously, it is at the moment, so we need to get that one sorted and hopefully we can come to some kind of agreement to keep things working here. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your very concise and short presentation, Peter. Do any members have any questions for the applicant at this time? Councillor McKee.
You admit to having avoided the planning application over the years that you've been operating, and you've increased your employment with the number of people that you employ. Did you not consider, when you were increasing the employment range, to look for planning permission at that time rather than wait to now and run a big risk? You're trying to put us under pressure, and it's you that should be accepting that pressure.
Yes, I agree. It was an oversight on the planning side. At the time, we were basically running to keep things moving, keep the work coming, to keep these people in jobs. I mean, 5 of the people I took on as redundancies from another company, local, to keep them in a job and obviously keep the work going, just to kind of support things, you know. So that's how it came about.
Thanks for that, Peter. Any other questions for the applicant from any members? Ivor Hislop, please.
Question for the applicant. What type of business is it? I know it's engineering and fabrication, but has it any background in a rural location, i.e. agricultural need, or is it machines for industrial use out with the rural setting?
Yes. So, as I mentioned there, basically I started off working in 3 premises prior to here. They were, one was Balmaclare and Smithy, which I rented. So we did all the agricultural stuff there. We still do. We have all the agricultural stuff round about. We supply into numerous businesses round about here. All the kind of one-man band companies like welding fabricators that make gates, etc., all that kind of thing. Community council up the road, anyone that walks around the door, you know, I mean, the garden gate down the street will do anything for anyone local. We also do a lot of bespoke kind of stainless steel work, which goes into marine industry, which can be anywhere from Cookbury to North Scotland, you know. It just depends who comes round the corner.
Thanks for that, Peter. I now have Councillor Maitland with a question for you.
Hello, Mr. Birch.
Hi.
The item 1.9 in the report history remembers that you made an application which was approved contrary to officer recommendation with respect to the local review body when you were applying to put up a suitable premises for your engineering company, which would have been a long way away from a domestic building. It was nowhere near a domestic building. I'm curious to know how this fits in with what you then decided to do. Can you explain?
Yes. So, tried for 2 years to get planning permission on the piece of ground which you're referring to there. That was refused by the case officer, etc. We appealed it. I was led to believe it wasn't going to happen. This is why I looked for this premises and bought this residential house, because of the existing building at the back to use as the workshop. At that point, basically worked from the back of the van as a sole trader, just myself. Never obviously expected in 4 years to be where we are now. with the levels of staff and business-wise, you know. So what actually happened was I had to put an offer in on these. There's two residential houses I own on this site. I had to put that offer in basically prior to the decision being made by the councillors on the piece of ground down the road. So once I'd done that, spent the money on the two houses, I couldn't go back to buy the piece of ground, you know. It was all gone. So that's when I just chose to work from the shed at the back, which was doing fine until we started getting a lot of work coming through the door, and here we are now.
Thanks, Councillor Maitland. Are there any other questions for the applicant? If not, Peter, thank you very much for your presentation today, and thank you for your forbearance as well. It's sometimes a long time before you get the opportunity to address the committee, but thanks for that.
No worries. I could, if it helps, I could mention what Mr. Driver was talking about earlier there.
Yes, that will help. You don't have to, of course, but it will certainly help.
No, well, I know what it is. Yourself actually visited site with some others, and it was to do with a Business Loan Scotland. So I got a £50,000 loan from you guys, well, from Business Loan Scotland, which was to buy some of the first machinery, which was actually a laser cutter, which is in the building in there. So that was a major part of our business at that time. So that actually went down as a deposit for it. That's what you're referring to. It was actually a loan, which is getting repaid. It wasn't a grant as such. So just to help clarify, hopefully. Okay.
Thanks very much. It's very kind of you volunteering that information. As I say, you weren't obliged. It was very helpful that you have, and that certainly clarifies matters for the other members of the committee, and it was a loan and not a grant. That's fine. Thank you. Okay, and thanks again for your time today. Thanks. Members, we're now in session. Councillor Ferguson, and then Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm looking at 1.9. We keep getting told we're supposed to look at applications on their merit. So what's the merit of 1.9 being there? Because that's a totally separate site.
I presume it's just for further information for members, but David?
Thank you, Chair. I would consider that this is material in this case because the same applicant was granted permission for a similar activity in a nearby different location. So it's just for information and giving further background to members.
Thanks for that, David. Councillor Carruthers?
Chairman, I was going to ask the committee in this case in particular, because of I've never seen anything this size or scale retrospective. Obviously, we've got a thriving business. That's important to our number one priority of the council. Could we have a site visit, Chairman? I think it's essential in this case to refuse this application without fully considering all information. I've never been near the site before in my life. I'd like to understand further the size and scale. And probably a further discussion in regards to the reasons behind this particular decision making by the applicant. I know I had an opportunity there, but I think it could be there's further conversations to be had on site. Chair, I would propose that we have a site visit. Thank you.
Well, remember, well, first of all, we'll sort out the site visit, but before that, you know, and I know, and everybody knows, we don't have further we don't have further discussions with the applicant. The applicant presented a case. We might want to seek from the applicant or his agent further information, but we don't have conversations and second visits to this particular committee on this application. But that's just a technical matter. Councillor Carruthers has proposed a site visit. Does he have a seconder, or is there an alternative view? Councillor Giusti.
I'll second.
Okay. Is there an alternative view? Councillor McKee?
I move we don't have a site visit, Chair.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Councillor Martin, second that. Okay. So we have a proposal from Councillor Carruthers for a site visit, and we have it seconded by Councillor Giusti. We have a motion that we do not have a site visit, an amendment, we do not have a site visit by Councillor McKee, seconded by Councillor Martin. Tracy, go to the vote, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to confirm, motion by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Giusti to defer consideration for a site visit. Amendment by Councillor McKee, seconded by Councillor Martin to determine the application today. Proceed to the vote, Chairman.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Drybrough.
Councillor Drybrough declared an interest and deemed not to be willing to participate in the remainder of the discussion. Tracy.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hislop.
Motion.
Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor McClelland.
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee. Councillor Maitland. Councillor Maitland.
Sorry, I thought it said amendment.
Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate.
Motion.
And Councillor Young.
Motion.
The motion carries 11 votes to 6. The application has been deferred for a site visit to be arranged.
Thank you, Tracy. Members will be aware that this will have to be conducted in accordance with government guidelines, and we will have this site visit done as soon as practicable, and David will send members not only an invite but an explanation or a mechanism on how this might be achieved. Councillor Maitland.
Could I be entirely clear what we are looking at, please, in terms of physical planning?
I think we're looking at the size and scale of the operation to see whether it fits in the context of the local community, and whatever other matters that Councillor Carruthers and his seconder deemed necessary for us to view. Maybe it's something we should have established before we voted, but nevertheless, we are going. That's a formal decision of this committee, and we will set out, David Sutty will set out in the same correspondence what exactly is we're looking at and what the purpose of the visit is, and that's something Councillor Carruthers and Giusti can establish with Mr Sutty offline, because we've now determined to meet and we've now determined a site visit, therefore there is no further discussion at this stage. On that basis, we've deferred agenda item number 6, and we will have a 30-minute recess. According to the clock in the hall, it's 1 o'clock, so we'll return at exactly 1:30. Thank you for the moment, members. Look forward to seeing you in half an hour. Good afternoon, members. Welcome back. It's gone 1:30. Hopefully every member is present again. We have one member that has declined the remainder of the meeting. Councillor Drysdale and de Maitland will be leaving at 2 o'clock. They have another appointment. So we come to agenda item number 8. Consultation regarding an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the proposed erection of 14 wind turbines, maximum height 149.9 metres to blade tip, electricity capacity 50 megawatts, access tracks, temporary construction compound, borrow pits, anemometry mast, substation building, formation of access and associated works at Truston Loch Wind Farm site, approximately 7 kilometres west of Moneyhive. The application type is a Section 36 consultation. The applicant is EDF Renewables. Reference number is 19/0344/S36. The recommendation is to raise no objections, and the case officer is Chris McTeer. Chris, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. As you mentioned, under the scheme of delegation, or the current scheme of delegation, responses to consultations on major development which doesn't require the permission of the Council needs to be considered by the Council's Planning Applications Committee. In this case, we have a consultation from the Scottish Ministers for the erection of a wind farm site. It's on the cusp of what would have been the sort of planning application slash Section 36 threshold, which is 50 megawatts. This one is right on the money. If we go to the first slide, please. Okay, so this is the location plan. As the Chair mentioned, the scheme is out at Truston Loch, which is 7 kilometres to the west of Moneyhive and 8 kilometres north east of Carsfairn. Next slide, please. The consultation was accompanied by an environmental impact assessment report. So the scheme, as mentioned, is for 14 wind turbines. Following the first round of consultation, there were concerns raised by Historic Environment Scotland and the Council's archaeologist about impacts on Craigdarroch House, which is a Grade A listed building located about 6 kilometres east of the site. The scheme underwent a bit of revision where 3 of the turbines were moved, but there was no reduction in the turbine numbers. So what is shown on the slide is the second layout, I suppose, which is the one that we are considering just now. Next slide, please. So the proposal in itself is for the erection of 14 wind turbines, 149.9 metres to blade tip, and this is just an indicative turbine detail. Next slide, please. It will require a new site access, as you can see from the plans here. This is the proposed access bellmouth, which is taken from the B729. Next slide. There is a proposed met mast to go on the site as well, 90 metres in height, and it is the standard lattice tower. Next slide. So, as per usual, with applications of this type, we consider a wide study area in terms of the LVIA, which is the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment. In this case, you can see from the slide there all the impacts out to 40 kilometres distant from the application site were considered. Next. So as you can see, we've got the first of the ZTVs, which is the zone of theoretical visibility, and this is for blade tip out to 40 kilometres. The coloured indicators on the right of the slide show the visibility of that one. As is expected from development of this type, it is mostly visible in the most part within the 5 kilometre radius and out to 10 kilometres mostly to the west. Next. This is just a bit of a closer look in. This is out to 15 kilometres again. This is the visibility of the blade tips. Next. Hub height. So this is where you would have full view of the hub, obviously, plus the blades as well. Again, mostly localised within the 5 to 10 kilometre distance from the site itself. Next. Okay, so this is a map of cumulative developments in the area. This is one that we use. This is one that we use our own mapping software for. We've used these ones before, but if I could just highlight to members that the green triangles are consented developments. So as you can see from the plan there, to the north is Weather Hill Wind Farm. It's constructed and operational. Just out with the red line site to the southeast is Glenshimmerich Wind Farm, of which there is currently a consent outstanding for that one. The stars are proposed, so some of the ones that you see there are still undetermined. Shepherd's Rig, notably to the west, which members were considered back in the beginning of August at the Planning Applications Committee there. To the north of the Troston Loch site, you can see Cornharrow Wind Farm, which is currently with the Scottish Ministers for appeal for non-determination. Further out, you can see the cluster of wind farms to the northeast. That's round about the Windy Standard and Windy Rig areas, moving out towards Ayrshire, and to the north and northwest, the Upper Nithsdale developments. You can see the large spread of stars to the northeast. That's the proposed Sanker 2 wind farm. Next. Okay, so turning to the visuals, and I will add my usual caveat with this one. I'm hoping that the slides kind of convey some indication of what's proposed. Sometimes they don't come out terribly well on the screens here, but they are designed in a certain, or to be viewed in a certain way, either on a screen or in hard copy. So the visuals that I'm including today, just to give members a flavour of what's proposed, but there it is a small selection of all the viewpoints that we did consider as part of the landscape and visual impact assessment. So this is predominantly from the site entrance, so you can quite clearly see one of the turbines there. Next. So I've included for some of the viewpoints just a little map indicating where the site is being viewed from. So this first one is on the B729, so it's approximately halfway between the site entrance and Strone-Fregan, which is a bridge sort of intersection just to the west of where you can see the viewpoint is taken from. So that's at a distance of about 2.5 kilometres to the west of the site. Next. And that's the view back up towards the site entrance. So you can see you've got a couple of hubs and a couple of blade tips from there. Next. The viewpoint on Culmark Hill is on the southern upland way to the west of the site, approximately 3 kilometres distance. So this is looking east back towards the site. Next. So this is probably one of the clearer indications of the development that you can see spread out across the horizon there. Next. Strone-Fregan Fort is it's a fort on the hillside round about a bunch of crags. This has been a key viewpoint for several applications that we've had within this area, notably Shepherd's Rig, which you can see the site of just to the west, round about Marscallach Hill, and also for the Longburn proposal, which members might recall from a couple of years ago. So Stroan-Fregan is to the northwest of the site at a distance of about 4.8 kilometres. Next, we can see the visuals for that. Again, not reproduced to the best quality from that, but you can see the turbines are mainly located to the left of the slide from the centre. You can quite clearly see not the full height of them, but certainly a good mix of tower, hub, and blade as well. Next, so. Going to the east of the site, this is a view from Money Ive, about 8.4 kilometres distance. It's taken, if we can move on to the next slide, please. So it's taken from Dunregan Bray, which is a road that leads to the north of Money Ive on the way to Tinrin. Again, not the clearest picture reproduced there, but the turbines are visible in the sort of the middle of the slide in the distance, in the sort of the gap in the hills there. Next, this is from Craigdarroch. As I mentioned before, Craigdarroch is a Grade A listed building and forms part of an estate just to the west of Money Ive. So. This is east of the site, a distance of about 5.7 kilometres. If we can move to the next slide, please. And again, the turbines are in the middle of the slide there, just visible in the distance. There's 2 or 3 turbines visible from there. Next slide, please. Okay, so the ones, the next few slides are actually wire lines rather than the photographic visuals. So the development is the one to the left. The sort of lighter coloured turbines are in there. And the one to the right is the Glen Shimmerich proposal. So Lochinvar, as I say, southwest of the site, a distance of about 3.2 kilometres. Excuse me. Next slide, please. Benbrack is a notable summit on the Southern Upland Way. This is to the north of the site, about 6.6 kilometres distant. And again, the lighter coloured turbines to the right is the proposal. The other ones that you see to the left is Weatherhill and a variety of other wind farms as well in the background. And the last visual that we've got, if we can move on to that, is from the summit of Cairnsmore of Carsfairn. Again, a notable landmark summit that's 12 kilometres distant from the site. I'm afraid it doesn't provide a great visual, this one, but this one was really just to show the kind of accumulation of turbines that are visible from the summit of Cairnsmore, looking in that particular direction, so looking southeast into the application site. Next, I think should just take us back to next slide, please. Okay, so turning to the summary of the application that is in front of you today, the council's landscape architect was consulted on the scheme, and a summary of her response is given in consultation 2.1, page 67 of your reports, and the Council Landscape Architect hasn't raised any objections to the scheme. She considers that Troston Loch is relatively well sited and designed, and while it might not be a perfect fit with the guidance that we have in the DGWLCS, the scheme does comply with many of the principles set out in the siting and design, and it represents the best fit in terms of both landscape and cumulative implications. And she is not recommending an objection to that, subject to a scheme of secured compensatory mitigation landscape planning, which is something that we have included as a recommended condition. at the end of the report. Other impacts that are sort of come out of the assessment process: cultural heritage and archaeology, socio-economic benefits, renewable energy targets, impacts on natural heritage, aviation and access are all considered acceptable, again subject to the imposition of conditions which we have put in the report. Conditions are on pages 87 to 96. Obviously, it is for the Scottish ministers to provide ultimately the decision for this one, and for the reasons that I've set out in the report, we're recommending that we don't object to the proposal, subject to the imposition of the recommended conditions, and we move to notify the Scottish ministers of such. Thank you.
Many thanks, Chris. Any members, any questions for the case officer? Councillor McKee.
It's not so much a question for the case officer, it's a moan, if he didn't mind. The map we've got in the book, it's no clearest. I went to Specsavers a few weeks ago and they told me to come back in February, so my site doesn't need testing. But we could do I would like to see a wee bit bigger map so you can identify and see what the turbines are round about. I can't see anything in the maps we've got there at all. And the pictures we're getting up here, we need to get IT. There's two IT folk here, and they can get them to sort it out, to improve the pictures up there, if you didn't mind. Other than that, I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I take it that's not a question, it's an observation, Councillor McKee, so officers will take that on board. Are there any other elected members with questions for the case officer? I've got Jane Maitland, followed by Councillor Dryborough.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I was just going to ask about condition number 20. We're being told that in F on page 91, that details of aviation warning lights to be fitted to the structure as a part of the conditioning. Can I be sure that that will be infrared and not visible? I think that's quite important, given the numbers of turbines that are going to be clustered in a particular place, please. And I have one other question, which is about the shared ownership scheme. Has that featured in any way at all, or is that simply just dropped in to get us all to feel better about the whole thing?
Chris?
Yep, no problem. Obviously, as I mentioned, it will be up to the Energy Consents Unit at the Scottish Ministers to add on any conditions for this one. Generally speaking, there would be a requirement, if this does go ahead, this scheme, then we'll be responsible for the discharge and implementation of the conditions that we've put on that. So in terms of the aviation lighting, we would recommend infrared. It is something that we would utilise for a development of this type. I suppose we could always add that in to Part F if members so wished. We can certainly do that. But yeah, the aviation lighting is certainly one of the infrared rather. Aviation lighting is something that we would put in as a matter of course for a development in this location. In terms of the shared ownership aspect of that, it was obviously included as part of the EIA. The shared ownership, along with sort of community benefits and things, the applicants usually put them in, but we don't generally consider them to be material planning considerations. So it is there, and I suppose it's up to the communities involved as to whether they agree to sign up to something like that. Thanks, Chris. Unless other members object,
I know Councillor Maitland has said yes, please, for infrared, so we would hope we put that in a condition unless members want otherwise. I have Councillor Driver and Councillor Jim McComb.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chair, and I would agree with what Jane was actually saying. Can I just come as a matter of process, Chris, on the conditions that we would apply to the outcome of this particular report, saying that we have no objections to it. There is, as you say, 20-odd conditions, and I'm looking at particularly condition number 9 with all of the details that are required prior to any planning permission taking place. Do we have a route in which we can see the outcome of the application going to Scottish ministers, and how would we make sure that all of these things, specifically in condition number 9, are part of that outcome?
Chris?
Yep, no problem. Good question as ever. Once the Scottish ministers make their recommendation to that, they will issue what's known as deemed planning permission for the scheme. As the local planning authority, it will fall to us to discharge the conditions, although we are recommending the use of a PMO as one of the conditions, which is a planning monitoring officer, but that would be in conjunction with ourselves. So when the deemed planning permission is issued, it will have all the conditions and things on that. Generally speaking, as a matter of process, and I've dealt with quite a lot of wind farms, as I'm sure members are aware, when information comes in with regards to things like the CEMP traffic management plan, the information comes in to us. We consult out on it. In this case, if it's a CEMP, then we would consult with our environmental health colleagues, with SEPA and with Nature Scott, who is that's the new name for SNH. All the information is put on the planning portal as well. So all that information as it comes in is uploaded for anybody to have a look at.
Thanks, Jill. Thanks, Archie. Jim McComb, please.
Thanks, Chair. I do recognise that the landscape architect states that this is one of the better Section 36 schemes. However, in 4.38 and 4.39, she states that anticipated that mitigation measures, it is not anticipated, sorry, that mitigation measures would be adequate to address potential concerns. Chris, could you comment on that particular remark?
Chris?
Yep, no problem. Yes, you're absolutely right. The landscape architect does say that. She is recommending that we have some mitigation measures in place. It is really just to soften the impact of this one. Obviously, you're never going to totally screen out wind turbines of this size in the landscape. She does actually go on to say, just if I can sort of point you further down the page to 4.42, she does consider it quite unusual that even at short range, which is sort of less than 5 kilometres distant, the significant landscape effects of this one are patchy, just due to the location of the development and the sort of the intervening landforms. So, yeah, I think it's very much an on balance one. This one, so whilst we'll never get 100% mitigation, she does believe that it is a pretty reasonable fit with the landscape, and any sort of mitigation that we can get is certainly beneficial, and certainly better than nothing, I suppose.
Thanks, Jim.
Can I, very briefly, Chair, this 4.38, she states that there is a shift in influence from a landscape with wind farms as a key to a completely wind farm landscape. That is a fairly significant change.
That is an observation, I presume, and no question for Chris. And I think that echoes what Councillor McKee was saying. But again, it's up to the landscape architect. If he or she is not happy with the proliferation of wind farms, he needs to tell us that.
I accept the fact that she did not put in an objection, Chair.
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions? Pauline Drysdale.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's just before I have to go, apologies, but for note of interest, back to Councillor McKee's point, I think we all know Carstfairn has sacrificed quite a lot of its environmental assets already, but the skyline from Dunduke and from Carstfairn will actually be completely wind farm, as far as I can see from the other developments that are there and from studying all the plans. So the whole skyline from Dunduke will be completely wind farms, but that's just a point I'm making and that members need to take on board. But thank you for today, and I will have to go, so bye everybody.
Bye, Pauline. Enjoy your next meeting, and thanks for these observations. Okay, any other members? In that case, we go to the determination. We're in session. Members, are we content to agree with the recommendations as set out in the paper? In that case, Tracy, if you can film the decision of the committee, please, which will be unanimous. Sorry, Councillor Dryburgh wants to come back. Councillor Dryburgh.
It's okay, Chair. You covered that. I'm happy to go with the recommendations.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. So members have agreed to raise no objection subject to imposition of the conditions as detailed in the report, with the amendment to condition 20F to include the infrared lighting.
David.
Thanks, Chair. That's correct.
Thank you. Thanks for that, members. We go into agenda item number 9. An application for the installation of above-ground septicity dosing kiosk and MCC kiosk, erection of 2.85 metre high weld mesh fence, formation of hammerhead access and installation of 26.12 metre high bollards, relocation of existing play equipment and associated works at Newington Park, off Rose Street, Annan. This is a full application by Scottish Water, reference number 19/1859/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Lindsay Cameron. Lindsay, are you with us?
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you, Lindsay. Just take us through your presentation when you're ready, please.
Could I have the first slide, please? This is the location plan for the application. It relates to an area of land within the southwestern corner of Newington Park in Annan. It's located to the rear of the dwellings on Newington Avenue, which are located to the north and west, Greenlee Road to the south and Latimer Road to the east. Could I have the next slide, please? This slide is the site plan for the development, which forms part of a larger stormwater management scheme. The proposed development subject of this application is enclosed within the red line area, and then the underground stormwater tank and the pipework, etc., which is permitted development, is outlined in green. The application covers the installation of 2 above-ground kiosks, which should be sited perpendicular to one another within an area of concrete hard standing, and that's as shown in the the centre of the slide in the grey area. The area would then be enclosed by a 2.85 metre high weld mesh fence, and the hammerhead parking and turning area would be formed in the hatched area below that on the slide. Could I have the next slide, please? These are the proposed elevations for the development, showing the 2 kiosks, the weld mesh fence and the collapsible bollards. The kiosks would both measure 6.5 metres long, one being 3.6 metres wide and the other 3 metres wide. Each would have a height of 2.75 metres. The proposal is to finish the kiosks in a dark green colour, and conditions would require the weld mesh fence also to be a dark green colour. Could I have the next slide, please? This first photograph is taken from west of the site, from the junction of Newington Avenue, Rose Street and Charles Street. It's looking east along the private access road, which runs along the southern edge of the park and would serve the proposed development. Next slide. Entering the southern end of the park along the private access, proposed development would be accommodated within the grassed area in the foreground of the photograph and up to including the area where the existing play equipment is located. Next slide. Moving slightly further along the access road, this photograph looks north across the application site from where the Hammerhead access would be formed. You can see the properties on Newington Avenue behind. Can I have the next slide? This is a reverse view looking back across the application site and the private site access in a westerly direction. The tree on the left-hand side of the photograph is indicated as requiring to be felled to accommodate the widening of the access, but the three smaller trees on the right-hand side may be able to be retained. Could I have the next slide? This is a slightly wider view looking back in a southwesterly direction towards the application site. It shows the site in context of the dwellings on Newington Avenue, Charles Street and Greenlee Road. And could I have the final photograph, please? This final photograph is taken from the footpath which crosses the park in a north-south direction. It's looking east to the area where the proposed relocated children's play area would be sited. You can see Newington House and the dwellings on Stand Lane in the distance, and the houses to the right-hand side of the photograph are those on Latimer Road. So in conclusion, whilst the development fails to comply with the provisions of the Local Development Plan policies CF3 Part A and OP2, it is accepted that the development is necessary as part of a larger scheme to address an existing flooding problem in the locality. And on balance, it was considered that there are material considerations of sufficient weight to justify a departure from the terms of the development plan. And therefore, it is recommended that the application is approved, subject to the conditions set out in the report.
Many thanks, Lindsay. Any members, any questions for Lindsay, our case officer? Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I would concur with everything that Lindsay's actually said there. I think people in Rose Street and Charles Street have said long time coming this one, and it's about time we did something about it. You'll have seen that the small puddles of water on the grass where the path goes through to Drummond Road, for Latimer Road. That's just short bursts of rain that come down there, but that particular area is susceptible to flooding, and this is probably going to help it. Not a question here, but I just certainly concur with everything that Lindsay said.
Thanks for that, Councillor Dryborough. Any other members? Any questions for the case officer? John Young.
Thank you, Chair. Just one observation. That large mature tree that you said would have to be felled, there's no way that can be kept, Lindsay.
Lindsay?
Unfortunately, the larger of the four trees, the one that was shown on the left-hand side of the photograph, would need to be felled to accommodate the road widening works. The private access road is quite narrow at present, and it needs to be widened, which is pretty much up to the boundaries of the gardens on either side. So unfortunately, that one tree would require to be felled.
I don't know whether we can add compensatory measures or planting to mitigate the loss of that tree. That's something we'll maybe come to when we're making our final decision. Councillor McKee.
It's just the drawing, Chair. You've got the square down at the left, and you've got, it's like, is it a drain that runs up to the field, and you've got a tank in the field to collect the water?
What page are you on?
I'm on the drawing, page 97, the map.
Okay, Lindsay, can you help Councillor McKee with that?
Yes, certainly. The area shown in the southwest of the park is the location where the two kiosks would be located. The line that then joins it to a rectangle to the northeast of the footpath is where the relocated play equipment would be sited.
That's great, and thanks very much. I'm glad I heard my compass.
There you go, Jake. Thank you. Any other? Oh, Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the play equipment, is it new play equipment or is it relocating existing? Because in one line, I think it's 2.2 section C, it says new equipment to be provided. And the other thing says is the relocation of existing play equipment. And it's just that I noticed some of the swings are on grass rather than on the proper surfacing. Would it be the proper surfacing that's been put in?
Lindsay?
We don't have clarification as to whether it would be the existing play equipment relocated or new play equipment. However, there is a condition recommended in the report that the specification and the laying out of the play area is agreed prior to the commencement of works.
I take it, Lindsay, that will include this rubberised safety materials that are now used across the region rather than just grass and hard land. Will that be right?
I would expect so, but when we get a scheme in, we will consult with the council's open space services to ensure that it is satisfactory and up to appropriate standards.
Super, Lindsay, thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? You back again, Councillor Dryborough?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just for clarification that part of the existing equipment is almost brand new anyway, so that will be moved up to the new area. Some of the older stuff within the Annan area, there are groups looking to buy and provide funds for newer equipment. So I'm presuming that would be included in that. But also, there is our policy on play parks as well.
Thanks for that advice, Archie. Any other questions for the case officer? In that case, we're in session. If it would appear we're agreeing, do we want to condition replanting of a tree or some trees, or are we happy to allow the situation to remain as set out in the papers? John Young.
Can I just clarify? Sorry, can I just clarify that one, Chair, on the tree? Because obviously the tree is next to some housing as well, and the householders would like to see that removed because it is sometimes quite unsafe because branches tend to fall off. It is a lot older tree and dying, so I think it would be appropriate to remove that particular tree.
I don't think there's a challenge about removing it, actually. It's whether or no one of the mitigation requests would be to plant another tree elsewhere in its place just to create the same balance, or whether you just leave it as is. I think that was the kind of question.
Chair, if I can help, condition 6.
David Sutties, yeah.
Condition 6 actually is requiring a scheme detailing new tree planting and compensatory tree planting where necessary. So that's actually covered.
All right, so that's covered, and that will satisfy you too, John Young, probably, because there's mitigation measures in place.
Yes, happy with that, Chair.
Super duper. Can I take it then that it's a unanimous decision of the committee to agree the recommendation as set out in the report? Tracy, can you just confirm that, please?
Yes, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions as detailed in the report.
Many thanks, Tracy. We come to agenda item number 10, an application for cleaning, paint removal and repainting of memorial at Sinclair Memorial, the Observatory, Rochelle Road, Dumfries. The application type is listed building consent. The applicant's Dumfries and Galloway Council, reference 20/0626/LBC. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and the case officer again is Lindsay Cameron. Lindsay, take us through your presentation, please.
Certainly, Chair. Could I have the first slide? Thank you. This is the location plan showing the Sinclair Memorial within the grounds of the Observatory, with Church Street to the east and the dwellings in Corberley Hill to the west. Could I have the next slide? This drawing shows the octagonal memorial and details the proposed works, including cleaning, paint removal and the repainting of the memorial as part of a wider programme of repair, conservation and restoration works, which is also intended to include replacement of the broken glass screen, repointing of defective joints in the stonework, repair of the roof structure, replacement of lead work and slates, and the repair of the text and inscriptions on the commemorative plaque. I could have the next slide. This first photograph shows the Sinclair Memorial in the context of the new museum and the camera obscura. Could I have the next slide? This photograph just shows a close-up view of the memorial itself and shows the existing condition of the memorial. Could I have the final slide? This photograph is a close-up of the interior of the memorial. It shows the sandstone sculptures of Old Mortality and his pony, as well as the commemorative plaque. You can see in this photograph the peeling paint and the boarding in place of the broken glass screen. And finally, this slide shows a number of photographs of the memorial showing its current condition, including the location of the broken glass screen, some biological growth and areas of peeling and flaking paint. So overall, it is considered that the proposed alterations would preserve the original character and appearance of the Category B listed building, and therefore would be in accordance with the local development plan. It's therefore recommended that listed building consent is approved subject to the condition detailed in the report.
Many thanks, Lindsay. Any members, any questions for the case officer? Who? Andy Ferguson. Andy?
Thanks, Jim. Sorry, Chair. I'm actually really happy to see the recommendations. I know we're not into session yet, but for the case officer, that we have learned the lesson of the burn statue in the town centre, that we're getting a qualified stone conservator specialist to look at this before we do any work.
Thanks, Andy. Ivor Hislop, please.
Chair, I note that we're using breathable paint. Is that the paint that was originally placed on the memorial, or is this a modern solution to what used to be on it?
Oh, my guess would be a modern solution, but Lindsay Cameron will help us. Lindsay?
Yes, certainly, Chair. Yes, it is a modern solution. A traditional whitewash was suggested, however, it is a shorter term solution. Proposed paint will allow reapplication on a less frequent basis.
So thanks for Ivor and Andy. Any other members looking to ask questions of the case officer?
Just that bare block line in the ground.
Councillor McKee?
That bare block line in the ground, is somebody going to see to him at the same time?
Resuscitation. And the Cameron bus to go back to Sanker where it belongs. So if there are no other questions for the case officer, we're in session. Members? Agreed. A unanimous decision to support the case officer. Can you confirm the decision, Tracy, please?
Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the condition as detailed in the report.
Thank you. Come to agenda item number 11, the installation of 14 floodlights and associated works at County Buildings, South Main Street, Wigton. The application type is listed building consent. The applicant is Dumfries and Galloway Council. The reference is 19/19/09. Start that again. Reference number 19/1906/LBC. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Mary Mitchell. Mary, are you with us?
Hello, Chair. Yes.
Good stuff, Mary. Just take us through your presentation when you're ready, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Slide 1 shows the Wigton County Buildings, which is located centrally in Wigton Town. It's within the conservation area and it's a Category B listed building. It is, describe it as a locally iconic building and also visually prominent. Next slide, please. This is showing a block plan of the Wigton County buildings. The principal elevation, the main elevation, is on the left side of the block plan, so that's the west. Next slide, please. This is showing a partial floor plan. Annotation B shows 11 sets of floodlight bars, which are to be positioned at ground level behind the railings. Annotation C shows the 3 sets of floodlight bars to be positioned at first floor level behind the stone balcony. Annotation F shows the 3 spotlights underneath the stone balcony. And annotation D shows the 2 globe lights at the front entrance, which are to be refurbished. Next slide, please. This slide shows the remaining part of the floor plan. And again, B are the floodlight bars at ground level, C, the floodlight bars at first floor level, F, the 3 spotlights underneath the stone balcony, and D, the 2 globe lights, which are to be refurbished. Next slide, please. This is a section showing where the ground level floodlights would be positioned. They'd be attached to the low stone wall behind the railings, pointing up at the front facade of the building. Next slide, please. Again, a section. This is showing the spotlights pointing down at the main entrance, and also the floodlight bars at first floor level, pointing up at the central front section of the Wigton buildings. Next slide, please. This is showing an image of what the floodlighting bars would look like. This is a line of 12 LED lights. So these are the ones which would go at ground floor level. The ones at first floor level would only be 6 LED lights long. Next slide, please. Again, a drawing of the proposed floodlight bars. Next slide, please. This is a drawing of the proposed spotlights. There'll be 3 of those underneath the stone balcony. Next slide, please. These are images of the effect the lights should bring to the building. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the photographs. So this is the main front elevation of the Wigton County buildings, and also the south elevation. Next slide. This is showing the north elevation and the main front elevation. Next slide, please. This is showing part of the stone balcony and one of the globe lamps at the front. Next slide, please. This is showing the globe lamp. Next slide, please. The spotlights would be positioned underneath the stone balcony. The spotlight that you can see in this picture is to be removed, as is the wire. Next slide, please. So this is along the south elevation, where some of the floodlight bars would be positioned. Next slide, please. This is along the north elevation, behind the railings. Next slide, please. And this is along part of the front elevation. Next slide, please. This is showing the side entrance to the Wigton County buildings on the north elevation. You can see at the right-hand corner of the door surround, there is a small device. That is the photo cell. A very similar photo cell is to replace that one. Next slide, please. This is the last photograph, and it's showing one of the existing in-ground floodlights, which the current system is due to replace. And also there is a condition put into the recommendation that these in-ground floodlights are removed and the flagstones replaced. So the recommendation is for approval subject to compliance with conditions. It was concluded that the alterations would not be harmful to the character and appearance of the Category B listed building. Thank you.
Many thanks for your presentation, Mary. Any questions for the case officer? Looks like an easy day for you, Mary. We'll go to the recommended. We're in session. Ivor is looking to speak. Ivor?
Chair, how does this affect our carbon commitments? Because we're putting lights in that we don't have just now, so we're going to be burning extra electricity. You know, is that something that we need to take into consideration now that we've got a priority within the council plan when we look at this application?
It might not be a planning consideration, but in any case, the below energy lights, I would have thought they'd been LEDs. But Mary or David, who's going to help me with this?
This is a listed building consent application, so we're looking at how the proposal affects the character of the listed building. Planning permission wasn't required with this proposal. It was already a permitted development by the council. So something like carbon footprint isn't a consideration here. The lights are, however, LED lights. And I would, on paragraph
4.5, I think, covers it, maybe.
Okay, all right.
If I can read that, Chair.
What was that again?
4.5, Mary.
It's okay, I'll read it.
But David says he'll read it to save you messing around. He's sitting here anyway. David?
It says, as an application for listed building consent, the visual and physical impact of the proposed devices and fixtures producing light are central to the assessment. It goes on to say about, accordingly, matters such as the impact on dark sky, energy efficiency, nighttime wildlife, tourism, residential amenity or community events cannot be considered as part of the application for listed building consent. But attempts to address these matters by the applicant section, as noted in paragraph 1.7 above, are welcomed. So they are more energy efficient, so hopefully that addresses Councillor Hislop's concern.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Mary. And thanks, Ivor. I've got Jim McComb and Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. A very straightforward question. The photocell which measures surrounding light levels, why is it placed on the north-facing side of the building?
Mary?
I am not certain. It's replacing the existing photocell. It being away from the main front elevation, I think, is probably a benefit. And the people who've designed the scheme obviously didn't seem to think it mattered whether the light level was recorded on the north elevation or on the front elevation. I mean, the flood lighting does go round the north elevation a bit as well.
Hopefully that solves it for you, Jim.
I was just thinking that the light on the west elevation, which is the principal elevation, the light levels will tend to be rather higher than they are on the north-facing elevation.
Presumably, though, we are dealing with the application as is, so unless there's some way that can be approached, I don't see how we can deal with that. David Sutty?
It's simply a query, Chair.
David Sutty,
honestly, we don't know, but as I say, it's not actually something which we can consider as part of a listed building consent application anyway. I'm sure if Councillor McComb really wishes, the applicant section would be happy to expand on that for him.
There you go, Jen, you've been directed where to go to find the information you might need that'll help you. That's me. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Chair. The first part of my question has been answered about that, because I was going to ask about solar panels. The question really, though, is when Mary talked about those uplighters being removed, can we assume, or should we have a condition that they're replaced by sandstone to complement the other slabs that are there, not a grey concrete when we replace them?
I'm sure the condition says that, Andy. I'm sure I read that it would be like for like, or as near as could be, but David might guess that.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, condition 1 says that about the replacement flagstone sections, which for the avoidance of doubt shall be of a close match to the existing flagstones in terms of colour and texture and dimensions.
Sorted, Andy. Okay, members, any other questions for Mary or David? Again, Mary, thanks for your presentation. It was a bit more challenging than we thought, but there you go. We're now in session, members. Unanimously agree to the recommendation. Okay. Tracy, can you confirm the decision?
Members have agreed to approve application subject to conditions as detailed in the report.
Thank you. Last agenda item for the day. Change of use, alterations and extension to form a grain mill, to form a dwelling house at Old Grain Mill, Conchiton, Twynham. The application type is full planning permission, reference number 20/1178/full. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and the case officer is Carla Livingston. Carla, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to apologise in advance. Scottish Gas are working outside my house. There's been a gas leak, so it might impact on my audio. I hope it won't, but it may do.
I'm sure we'll manage that. You just take us through your presentation, please, whenever you're ready.
Okay. The first slide shows the location plan. The application site is roughly equidistant between Kirkcudbright and Gatehouse, with Kirkcudbright being 5.5 kilometres to the southeast of the site and Gatehouse is 5 kilometres to the northwest. Next slide, please. This shows the existing elevations and floor plans. You can see that the roof of the single-storey element of the building remains. Next slide, please. The proposed elevations show a small timber extension on the west elevation, that's that small brown section, and a balcony is proposed on the east elevation. Next slide, please. This is looking at looking east towards the mill from the access road that serves the steading. You can see only the upper section of the two-storey element of the building is visible from this point. Next slide, please. On the left-hand side of the photo, you can see the mill building, and on the right, you can see part of the existing steading. Next slide, please. This shows the left-hand side of the front elevation, and I don't know if you can see through the undergrowth, there's a small part of the retaining wall is visible that's at the front of the building. That's to accommodate for variance in ground levels at the site. The next slide, please, shows the remainder of the front elevation, and you can see the retaining wall more clearly there. Next slide, please. This shows the rear elevation of the building. Next slide, please. This shows the land to the east of the building, which would form the curtilage of what would become the dwelling house. Next slide, please. Panning left, you can see the mill pond that remains at the site. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Many thanks for the presentation, Carla. Members, any questions for the case officer? Your question, Councillor McKeer, an observation. Well, that's okay. If there are no questions for the case officer, thanks very much for your presentation, Carla. Who said site visit? Archie Driver, I hope that's no you.
It was me, Chair. I'm just joking, seeing who it is.
I wasn't going to say who the applicant was. Fine, okay. In that case, Carla, thanks very much for the presentation. Members within session? Okay, unanimously agreed. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Members, thanks for your attendance and forbearance today. I have, and staff as well, I have no other business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.